it is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, I mean the party in government, after your 8 years, you pick somebody who is also part of the government, then you are not likely to succeed.
For a lot of election watchers and persons interested in local politics in Ghana, their eyes will be firmly glued to the two leading political parties in the country. I'm referring to the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party. This conversation is about one of those persons who are eyeing a high office in the incumbent MPP. My name is Eche Atis. Welcome to Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest is a former member of parliament for Mampo in the Ashanti region, and he's had a lot of spells in engineering. Honorable, please welcome.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for allowing us into your space. Yeah. So Francis Adenimo is one of the people who are eyeing the seat of flag bearer of the NPP. Honorable, how have things been? It's been some 2 weeks now since you announced your bid to run.
Well, just a little over a week ago.
Okay.
Last week, Wednesday, the 1st of February.
Okay.
When I held a press conference to communicate with the press and through the press to the good people of Ghana and the world at large, announcing my intention to seek the leadership nomination of the New Patriotic Party.
All right, just for the benefit of our viewers, I want to know who exactly is Francis Adenimo.
For Adenimo is basically born in 1965 and yet to be 58 years from Asante Mampong, where both parents of mine come from. I had my secondary education at Navrongo Secondary, now Navrongo Senior High School for 5 years for my O-level. And from there, I pursued my advanced level education, A-level. I don't know whether you went through that education system.
Not at all.
I'm sure you probably went through GHS and SHS.
I did.
So, because of the educational reforms. And I went for A-level for 2 years at Kumasi High School.
Okay.
And then from there to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, where I pursued a first degree in civil engineering. And then I've been a member of the Ghana Institution of Engineers or Engineering. I'm a corporate member. In terms of education too, I hold my executive master's degree in public administration. I've also acquired knowledge and skills training from some international institutions, including international procurement knowledge from International Law Institute in Washington, project and programs management from REPA in the United Kingdom, road asset management from Swedish International Development Agency in Sweden. I've had the opportunity to be trained in emulsified bitumen, which is used for roadworks, for production, for application of that as a road construction material. And so in terms of working life, I've worked in both construction, road construction industry, and then road consulting firms. And then I've also worked with the Ministry of Roads and Highways before as a civil servant. So it was at the Ministry of Roads and Highways as a civil servant. Then I resigned in the year 2008 to contest for the first time to be a member of parliament for Mampong constituency. So I won the primaries in May 2008 and went on to win the general elections of 2008 and entered parliament on the 7th of January 2009. So for 2 terms, I served the good people of Mampong. Then 2014, I made my first attempt to seek the leadership nomination of the New Patriotic Party. Out of 7 contestants, I came in 3rd in that contest. And then after that, we supported our candidate, then now sitting president, Nana Akufo-Addo, and the party won in the 2016 elections.
It appears you've done nearly everything, your political life and all of that. Now let's just come down to the main crux of the issues. Now you want back in the race. Why now?
Well, this is an ambition that was based on my personal conviction, and my first attempt was in 2014. And you know, in life, you make progress. And that ambition has not been truncated. So if the opportunity has come for 2023, the new patriotic party will search or look or elect a new person to lead the party for 2024 elections. Once I have not truncated my ambition, I need to put myself forward.
You believe it's the right time?
Well, the timing cannot be more than now. In any case, in 2014, I was 49 years when I made my first attempt.
Okay.
And in interacting with the rank and file of the party in 2014, they saw the potential in me, and some encouraged me that even in 2014, if I was not successful, I should consider that in the future, I will still have the opportunity to lead the party. So we move on.
Okay.
It's not a step by step. And so if this year, which will be a competitive elections to be run by the party, and let me let you know that after 2014, the party has not held any competitive presidential primaries because the sitting president won, and then 2020 he had to run unopposed on the ticket of the party. So almost 8 to 9 years now, we are now going to have another competitive elections in the party.
It's interesting you mentioned that because as you are well aware, there are a number of faces, names that have come up who are also interested in this same position. How well do you see yourself in terms of performance?
Well, how well would I see myself in terms of performance when
because there are a
in
lot of
2014,
big names, actually.
Big names do not win elections. Elections are won by your character, by your good self, endearing yourself to the electorate, articulating your vision, and they having the acceptability for you that you could be and you are able, qualified to be their leader. Not necessarily any name as such. And so, similarly, in 2014, when the 7 contestants that I was one of them, I was seen to be the underdog. I was seen to be somebody unknown in the political environment of our country. The other 6 contestants had all worked under J. Kufuor's administration, either as ministers of state or deputy ministers of state. And Adenimo had not been in that position before. But when we went through that process in 2014, I came in third, which was an enviable position that I secured for myself. And that shows the potential that the MPP delegate found in me and then encouraged me to make progress with this ambition. So currently, we are all expressing interest to seek the leadership nomination. The race itself has not begun.
Sure.
It will officially begin when the party opens nomination. And then one is able to pick the nomination form, complete it with all the supporting documents as it may be required by the party, together with the prescribed filing fee. Once you submit all these things, then you are in the race. And so for now, I'm sure you are also hearing names that may contest. But it could surprise you that at the opening of nomination, some of the names that you may have in mind may decline not to contest because conditions every day in every day, our conditions are changing. Now I am championing the cause of a new phase for the party. Why do I say so? Since 1993, it has been an 8-year cycle between MPP and NDC. NDC had their first 8 years under Jerry Rawlings as their leader and president of the republic. In the year 2000, we had Professor Mills as a sitting vice president. He became the candidate for NDC, the presidential candidate. But he could not break the 8 because he was part of the government. He was in the government as a sitting vice president. So he couldn't break the 8. Then in 2008, under J. Kufuor-led administration of MPP government, the current president, Nana Addo, was a minister in J. Kufuor's administration. He also became the candidate, the presidential candidate for the MPP in 2008. He was part of J. Kufuor's administration at that time. He also could not break the 8. Then 2016, which is the latest one, he had Mr. John Dramani Mahama as a sitting president with NDC 8 years. His effort to break the 8, he couldn't make it.
So you're drawing all of these on a pattern?
Yes, of course, and that is clear. And it is clear that after 8 years, if you pick somebody in the government as your presidential candidate, I mean the party in government, after your 8 years, you pick somebody who is also part of the government, then you are not likely to succeed.
But be that as it may, the MPP seems like a very unpopular party right now. Well, don't you agree?
No, I do not agree with you. Maybe some people may be disgruntled. Some may be unhappy. Okay? Some, the appeal may have declined, but it doesn't mean that it is unpopular. Okay?
You don't agree it's unpopular?
No, the party is made up of individuals. We are all party members. I'm a party member.
Okay.
And so our base as a party still remains. And usually it is what we call the undecided voters or the floating voters that we want to appeal to, because by your own base, you may not be able to secure the 50% plus one to win the general elections. Then you need to stretch your hands and appeal to the undecided voters or the floating voters. And so, if one wants to make a claim that the party is unpopular, you may be dissatisfied with the character and behavior or performance of 1 or 2 or 3 people in government. But to make a general conclusion that the party is unpopular, I beg to disagree. Because it shouldn't be all the people in the party. It shouldn't be all party members whom that you or other people may be dissatisfied with. And that is why I say that it is not appropriate to describe that the party is unpopular. Maybe the behavior, the character, the performance of some personalities in the party at the moment may not be satisfactory.
Let's have a scorecard. Let's mark the MPP on a scale of 1 to 10. What would you put the party?
In terms of what? You know, if you want to score, you must have your criteria.
Maybe we can start from the economy. On the economy, score the MPP.
Well, I mean, it will not be prudent on my part to give a score from 0 to 10. Honestly, it will not be appropriate.
Maybe let's move away from the economy. How about on the delivery of promises?
But of course, we are experiencing difficult times in the economy. I agree. We are experiencing difficult times because of the level of indebtedness that we have, both external and domestic. And government is taking the steps to see how the economy can improve by the microeconomic indicators in terms of interest rate, inflation, the exchange rate, how we can achieve stability on all these macroeconomic indicators so that the happiness of citizens can be fully restored. Yes, we are experiencing these challenges. Now, government is dealing with the debt exchange program. We're talking about some haircuts here and there, So all this approach is intended to restore the confidence back into the economy and to stabilize the economy with all these indicators. And it is possible that it will take a year or a little over a year to see some signs of recovery. Okay, to see some signs of recovery. And I also believe that once government also prudently looks at the expenditure side of the budget equation and then be able to cut down on some expenditures that may not be necessary for government, it will also help to cushion the liquidity of the country for our ability to service our debt and still have sufficient funds for our investment project.
Let me hold you right there. When we return, I would take the conversation right from here. We are speaking to Honorable Francis Adenimo. We're still here with Honorable Francis Adenimo, who is seeking the nod of delegates of the NPP to become their flag bearer. Honorable, before we took those messages, you were actually talking about cutting down on expenditure, unnecessary expenditure. There's also the issue of the DDEP and all of that. What do you say about what's happening now? The government asking people to more or less enjoy all these haircuts and things like that, yet itself as a government is not taking a lot of the forefront doing these fairs. What do you say about that?
Eche, there's a problem. And the problem is that our debt is not sustainable. We are using about 70% of our domestic revenue to service our debt. So how much is remaining to pay for compensation? How much is remaining to pay for other government services and statutory payments? Then how much will remain for you to undertake investment projects in terms of infrastructure, roads, schools, hospitals, and then even the ability to feed yourself. So currently we have a problem. I do not want us to focus our attention on what I will put in quote, Nahu Kosam. At this stage, where there's a problem, you look for a solution to the problem. Then when the solution is secured or is found, then we can come back home and ask ourselves, who is the causative agent or who caused that? And then once we identify who caused that, then we can say that we are prescribing this punishment for you. We have a debt on our neck. Our economy is in distress. It's in crisis. We are seeking $3 billion loan, concessionary loan from IMF. The IMF money is not going to be free. Because we are a member country of IMF, that is why we are getting it at that low interest rate. But it is repayable. But the IMF also wants to make sure that by extending that credit facility to Ghana, we have the ability to pay it back at the appropriate time. So they are saying that, look at the level of your debt. Do something about it. Let's see how the program you have to contain your debt, sustain it, be servicing it, whilst you take on board to our money, and still you'll be able to service that money at the appropriate time when it is due. The best thing in my view to do is to engage citizens. And I'll give, for the benefit of viewers and listeners, an incident, a situation that happened in Germany. At that time, we had West Germany, and East Germany. When the Berlin Wall was broken and the unification came, West Germany was more developed than East Germany. So there was this differential. Then the chancellor at that time came up and said, look, those from the West, the East guys are our brothers and sisters. We need to help to develop the East as well. So let every individual make a contribution for the development of the East German portion of the entire unified Germany. And by the engagement, the citizens of West Germany accepted that we are now one country. Let us help one another. And they all made contributions to support the work of the government. And today, if you go to Germany, the east portion or east side of Germany even has modern infrastructure more than the west part of Germany as at that time today. To relate it to our country, we have a problem. Let's look for the solution. What I will admonish the Akufo-Addo-led government is that they should engage people. They should put the figures down. I know pensioners who have invested their pensions in bonds are so dissatisfied and they said they will not participate in the debt exchange program. Because some say, you won't pay me until 10 years. Even my coupon that should be paid maybe twice a year, you are also going to reduce the rate for me. And my principal will be in 10 years. By 10 years, will I be alive or not? These are genuine concerns that they have all expressed. But granted, we also have a problem. So the admonishment goes to government for government to put the figures down. This is the total number of pensioners who have invested their pensions in bonds. The total number is this. The quantum of their investment is so much. If we have to pay this, pay that, we are unable. The spreadsheet will indicate. And then the government can decide, let us perform some iteration. We vary this, we vary that, we vary that. Whilst you, government, you are doing that, check your expenditure side. Maybe the president can decide to issue a directive that henceforth, apart from the president, maybe the chief of staff and the executive secretary to the president, the speaker of parliament and the clerk of parliament, and then the chief justice and the judicial secretary and the vice president and his secretary, no government official should travel outside the country on board business class. Everybody traveling as a public official on government business, we should travel economy. No, that directive can be issued. If you are a minister of state and you are going outside the country on government business, why can't you also sit in economy class in the airplane? You know, it will also be cutting, it's part of cutting down the government expenditure. Maybe expenses on fuel. We should need to look at expenses on fuel. Can we reduce so that you encourage all public officials or appointees, government appointees, to use saloon cars whilst they are in what? In the capital city of Ghana and working. If they have to trek to other parts of the country, then they can have access to their cross-country vehicles, the V8, and then travel.
It's very clear.
These things are things that administratively, it can be done.
Sure.
It can be done.
But these are things you can do.
Sure, absolutely.
Now
and
it's
they are
clear.
part of the things that I have in my mind. That is why last week when I announced my intention and within my speech, one of the areas I said was how we would improve on our public service delivery. And therefore, we will not go into the usual business of incremental budgeting. Now is the time for us to do budgeting from first principles. If a state institution, you have computers, laptops, or office equipment, or office furniture, and they are just a year, 2 years, 3 years, and they are still in good use, why would you want to continue to purchase those items again in the ensuing year? Because you have budgeted for those things? No. So we have to look at budgeting from first principles. And once we do all these things, administrative expenses can be lowered. Then it comes to public procurement. Procurement of contracts, especially the large value contracts, where you have to allow for competition. Because where there is competition, then you can be sure that you achieve quality and achieve value for money. Because all players in the game, everybody is now going to the drawing board to be very competitive in pricing, in all the proposals, the technical and the financial proposals that they will submit for the job that they have been asked to tender for.
Let me allow you to also get us into your bigger picture of what you want to do for the country. You've already painted a very gloomy situation of what it looks like now. What exactly is the message you'll be selling to Ghanaians? Okay. And then we can look at how much of the campaign is going on.
Actually, in my speech of last week, 1st February, which I will share copies with you, I outline 7-point policy development program for our country under my watch. My team, my good self, we have studied the situation and have developed the 7-point. There is an 8th point, but that one is reserved until I secure the nod, and then once we are into the competition, the campaign competition with our competitors next year, then I will share that 8th point.
So the 8 is the game changer?
Yeah, that is
what
going
is
to
tied to the breaking the 8?
Well, the breaking the 8 has 3 basic conditions that need to be satisfied. The unity within the party itself must be strengthened so that we maximize our efforts. Then the government performance is also key, to help the party to break the 8. And then the 3rd condition is the face who will lead the party to be able to break the 8. But on my 7-point policy development plan, the first one is on agriculture. And as a country, we should be able to feed ourselves. We should be able to provide our carbohydrate needs, our protein needs, and then our minerals and vitamin needs as a nation. And all these we can do. For carbohydrate, we know is the cereals, maize, millet, rice, name the rest of the cereals. We also know the protein, livestock, poultry, fish. We should be able to do all this to be able to feed ourselves. Then vegetables and fruits. So the policy is that no Ghanaian should go to bed, go to school, go to work hungry.
And we can do that on our own.
To achieve that, yes, we must look at agriculture and food sufficiency and security. So that is the first point. The second point, having eaten and you are satisfied as a human being, you are concerned with your education and your health. So the second and the third can be education and health, or health and education, because they are all social sectors of our economy. You need to develop, you need to go to school, and in terms of our education, technical, vocational, and skills training will be key under my watch.
I'm tempted to just ask a follow-up question just on this. We know how many times politicians have invested in education and health in particular, but it doesn't seem like the same politicians want to be part of that system. Their children don't school in the same schools. The politicians don't use those health facilities.
So we need to reverse it.
How do we do that?
If you come up with that policy, then you must believe in it. You must believe in it, and leadership is by example. Okay? So for now, we are pursuing free senior high school education, which in my opinion is very fantastic policy. So every child, right from kindergarten or nursery through kindergarten, through basic education, primary, JHS, you should end up at least at the senior high school level. And that is good. So it is for government to improve on the quality of the educational institutions so that all of us, I should find my children, provided I have children who are still young to go to school. And for in this particular case, I do not have. My kids have all completed and tertiary institutions.
Okay.
But everybody should be encouraged. Because if you are introducing a system and you cannot participate, then it means you don't believe in it. You must believe in it, participate in it, because it's leadership by example.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanukre. Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
have a very simple task, and that is to welcome all of you to today's function, and more importantly, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, for finding time off his busy schedule to come round to hand over these motorbikes, pickups, armor cars, and also take the time to commission the facelift of the police headquarters, and at the end of the day, for us to be able to be out there to continue to execute our mandate of protecting life and property. Mr. President, we want to assure you that any time that you come here in more traditional terms to be a Father Christmas to us. And today we are experiencing same. But one thing do come to mind, and that is in Luke chapter 12, verse 48. And I paraphrase, to whom much is given, much is expected. In effect, we know how you cherish peace and security, and indeed your vision of ensuring that there is total security, law and order in this country. And for this reason, you continue to resource us as the prime internal security agency to ensure that we get to that destination. Mr. President, as we welcome you and wait for these resources to be handed over to us, we want to assure you that we'll do everything to ensure that we'll deliver on that vision and mandate of yours.
Today, it is a privilege for me to be here to observe and watch another milestone in the transformation agenda of His Excellency the President for the Police. To put this development in context, in 2016, before His Excellency won the election, he did observe that there was a fear syndrome in Ghana, and he set the goal of making each and every person in Ghana feel safe. Part of the elements of that vision was that it's going to ensure that the Ghana Police Service was an independent professional body, and that he was going to work hard to provide equipment to make sure that the police delivered on their mandate, along with other security agencies, to achieve his goal of making each and every person feel safe in Ghana. Accordingly, in 2018 State of Nation address, he did allocate 800 million cedis to start this transformation. Mr. President, giving me the privilege to serve you at the Interior, I can report that there is great progress and that the Ghana Police Service today is professional and independent, and it is demonstrated by the fact that any person who commits an offense in this country, regardless of his station in life, is put through due process. Mr. President, I will tell you that even police officers have been sent to court because they breached traffic regulations.
It is always good to be back at the headquarters of the officers, men and women, who have decided to put their lives on the line to serving our nation and its people with integrity. Just as I did on 15th August last year, with the handing over of 1,500 motorbikes, I'm here today to deliver 100 pickup vehicles, 600 motorbikes, and 6 armored personnel carrier vehicles to the police service, in addition to commissioning the National Police Headquarters facelift project. All of these, ladies and gentlemen, are evidence, if any were needed, of government's commitment to the continuous retooling of the police, a responsibility my government takes very seriously. It is born out of the fact that the police plays a critical role in the development of our country, hence the need to ensure that the police service is adequately resourced to discharge its duties for the safety and security of all of us, as well as for the growth of economic activity. It is for this reason that I urge the leadership of the police service to continue to do their part towards deepening the sense of security, law, and order in the country. Indeed, I'm aware of the several innovative measures deployed by the police administration to help improve security across the country. The specialized anti-robbery task forces spread across what used to be crime hotspots have been very successful in reducing significantly violent crimes. We're all witnesses to the increase in police visibility, which has contributed to improved police response time. Instilling discipline on our roads is one other area the police has made a lot of gains. Through the police action against rider indiscipline, Operation Party, and the Police Invisible Eye type program, we now see that most motorbike riders stop at traffic lights for their own safety and the safety of other road users. Indeed, the incidents of abuse of sirens have greatly reduced, especially within Accra. The good news is that through these road safety targeted interventions, for the first time in a long time, our nation has recorded a 20% decrease in the number of persons killed through road accidents and crashes. This is highly commendable, even though I know we can do even more. I thus make an appeal to motorbike riders, especially, and to all other road users, to obey traffic regulations at all times. Ghana needs all of her citizens to help move her forward. The 100 pickup vehicles, 600 motorbikes, and 6 APC vehicles I'll be handing over shortly are to be used by the formed police units, FPUs, in all regions of the country. Until recently, the FPU was only stationed in Accra. However, through support from government, the unit was extended to Kumasi in the Ashanti region and is now being formed in all other regions. All regions across the country are soon going to benefit from the services of this specialized unit. These regional FPUs will be spread across 140 bases in various communities in all the regions. Without any doubt, their presence will enhance greatly security, law, and order in the country. I want to urge the officers, men and women, who are going to serve in the FPUs across the regions to undertake their duties with utmost professionalism. Show love and civility to the communities you will be in, but at the same time, do your work without fear or favor. Always remember that you are accountable to the good people of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, it is refreshing to observe the numerous renovations and changes that have been carried out on the frontage and the immediate surroundings of the police headquarters. The reconstruction of the walls around the headquarters, the remodeling of the gates, and the renovation of the CID building. The landscaping around the entire building and on your premises will not go unnoticed. I dare say, if we were to rank all public buildings now, the police headquarters will most likely emerge as one of the best in terms of the appearance of the surroundings. I must say, when an environment looks this beautiful and put together, it creates a sense of orderliness and discipline in the minds of its patrons. I commend the leadership of the service for embarking on this renovation and facelift project. As I conclude, I want to express the appreciation of the nation to the Inspector General of Police, members of the Police Management Board, and all police officers for the invaluable services they provide the country, even at the peril of their lives. I pray for speedy recovery for the 2 police officers who recently suffered gunshot injuries in the line of duty and are currently receiving medical attention. I'm confident that they will receive the best of care under the Police Emergency Medical Intervention Fund. To the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akuffo-Dampare, in particular, I want to assure you of government's unflinching support for the measures you're putting in place to help build the police service Ghanaians want. We can all testify that under your leadership, our police service is undergoing a great improvement and a change of image before our very eyes. Gradually, the police have brought order to the roads, and we all now know that the law is no respecter of persons or vehicle types. We want this to continue, and you should always remember that you have the support of the President of the Republic in the conduct of your important duties. Finally, I appeal to all officers of the regional FPUs to ensure that these 100 pickup vehicles, 600 motorbikes, and the 6 APCs are kept in good condition at all times to enhance the delivery of policing services in all the 140 communities. I also entreat the leadership of the service to maintain the new face of the police headquarters. Let me now invite the Minister for the Interior, the Honorable Ambrose Derry, Member of Parliament for Nandom, and the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akuffo-Dampare, to receive the vehicles and motorbikes on behalf of the police administration, after which I'll move to the frontage for the commissioning of the headquarters facelift project. May God bless the Ghana Police Service and us all, and may God bless our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention.
You want Ghanaians to have a place to lay their heads.
Exactly.
How do you care in what form and shape it comes, whether it's a private developer, whether it's from government? Why do you care that it should come from the government? Government has proven over the years that it's really incompetent in terms of the housing issue. The likes of Snate, the likes of Greta, they've done some amazing work in terms of, you know, building a lot of these housing units. Why can't a private developer help in that regard?
So I think that this, your question, will help us clear the doubts, if like ambiguity, of somebody thinking that we are against any private developer making ends meet. Of course. We also have family members who may have entered into other fields of endeavors, maybe including but not limited to real estate.
Right.
So that if this private developer seeking to buy Saglim, for instance, is my uncle, somebody will say that, wouldn't you be joyous that, you know, the proceeds definitely will come home to take care, you know, of the family and all those ones. So the argument must first be drawn and put on record that Team Saglemi in its entirety is not against the progress of any and every private developer, especially when most of these private developers are Ghanaians. Of course, when they get the returns, it will not be repatriated,
yes,
you know, to be used in engaging, you know, if like companies that will give even jobs to the youth and all those ones. Only that we are against a certain principle that is being broken. And I earlier indicated that the foundation of contracting that $200 million loan was to build affordable housing unit. And premium, my brother, must be placed on the word affordability. So,
even that is subjective. Many have said that it was not going to be affordable. Anyway,
exactly.
To the
So I did the maths that even if government is selling, it's not too affordable.
Yes.
So when a private-oriented businessman comes in, won't it even defeat the purpose the more?
Maybe government is willing to write off half of the loan and said, okay, we are going to take 100 million instead of the 200 million we invested into. So the investor...
The loan that we have contracted, we are paying interest already.
It's bad debt. It's bad debt. Sometimes you do business
like
and
you are going to
bad.
China to cancel your debt.
Exactly.
As if they did not fight for their own...
Exactly. Maybe
no,
that's the arrangement.
No, so those are assumptions. Those are assumptions that we can make. But I think that we will belabor the point if we conclude that maybe we are against some private developers somewhere or not. But what we are against is that, or if you like, what we are for is that government contracted a loan for a purpose.
Yeah.
Because if the foundation was not built on affordability, chances are that Parliament wouldn't have approved the loan.
Yeah, that I agree.
So
Maybe, and chances are that the chiefs would not have given the
exactly.
Land.
So Parliament approved the loans based on that purpose. We can even say that we have contracted the loans.
Yeah,
the interest be borne by the ordinary citizens of this nation.
Right.
And that we are deciding that we are giving the whole affordable housing unit to the military or to the security services. They protect us in this nation. That they should not even pay a dime, or if like as mortgages.
Yeah.
We may lose in the short run, but in the long run, it will help us.
Okay.
So we must rather venture into a more productive arena than just wanting the easy side of life almost all the time. It's difficult. There are challenges with Saglemi.
Have you engaged the minister, and what has been his response, and what are you going to do next?
We began with some media interviews prior to the press briefing, and along the line, the minister called.
Okay.
That was before the Saglemi. In fact, I'm told he's called again after the Saglemi, but I've not had a chance to speak to him following there. So he called earlier that he wanted to meet us, that probably we don't even understand the issues.
Yeah.
Now, we gave him the benefit of the doubt, went to the Minister of Works and Housing and met with him with an entourage of an expert team of some directors, I think including the chief director. Okay. They made their point, and of course they fell on the same issue that government is cash strapped. They can't get $1.9 million, and that they want to use $55 million rather in building some 12,000 affordable housing units at Amedzofe. Now, on the face value, you may want to support them, because if $200 million will give us just 1,500 housing units, then why don't we support the government? Because after all, only $55 million is giving us not 5,000 housing units, 12,000 housing units.
Okay.
It will interest you to know that in the course of our discussion, we realize that $55 million is just a chicken change that falls short of some 40% of the total amount of money needed to start and finish the project. And that even accounts for the role that government is supposed to play, which includes the provision of the land. Okay. So even if we do the mathematics, let's assume the land, should quantify it, will be like $15 million. Take the $50 million or $20 million from the $55 million. You'll be left with some $30 million. Are you telling me that you can begin and end 12,000 housing units with $30 million?
Maybe they are small, moderate, local.
No, of the same standard.
Okay.
Of the same standard.
Maybe they will use a lot more local input.
At this time, when the dollar is now 12, you see, Saglemina dollar is saying 4, and $200 million could give us 1,500 housing.
Maybe it was inflated, but so you don't believe that they can use the 55 million to build 12,000 units?
It was never true yesterday. It can't be true today. It will never be true tomorrow. $55 million cannot get us 12,000 affordable housing units.
Okay.
It's not enough just to build the flats. You need to construct the roads. You need to give water. Electricity must be taken into account. Street lights. So forth and so on. You must design the place to give it a serene atmosphere for people to occupy.
So you don't believe them from the beginning?
It's not even true. It's not possible. Okay. And the minister himself knows that he cannot use $55 million in finishing 12,000 affordable housing. So it was after my producer, he produces me on TV, Fugu, asked further that, are you saying that the $55 million is to build 12,000 housing? That he explained, gave proper explanations that no, the $55 million is supposed to be what government,
government commitment.
Government commitment. Okay. At a time where you don't even know who the private developer is. How much is the total project going to cost? They say they don't know.
So that 12,000 units is also going to be in partnership with the private developer?
Yes.
Okay.
So 60% will be from the private developer, and government will take
40%.
Yes, 40%.
Okay.
So we believe that going forward, maybe we must have a different trajectory, put this matter on a different wheel. Because when we further consulted and engaged the minister, like you asked me, I've been able to consult the minister. He tried, as a politician, he will want to convince you,
of course,
in making sure that you buy into the idea. But he is in for his government. It is our government. But maybe for his political party that brought the government. And we are supposed to be the gatekeepers of the nation. We are supposed to put that minister in check. Because we pay him. The house he sleeps in, we gave him. We gave him everything that makes him comfortable.
But you do know that the Saglame issue is also a contentious issue in court. Because the former minister Atachi had said that some mismanagement and misappropriation of funds happened under the NDC administration, and they were trying to reconcile the figures. And so that matter is still in court. Don't you think that that could be a reason why they do not want to put in money to complete the Saglame project?
I think that you have even put the matter into proper perspective. Reasonably, why do you sell a subject matter that is being contested in court?
Okay.
So when court finishes its proceedings, proceedings, I should say, and comes out with a verdict that what is his name? The then minister Collins Dawda, because he is the victim of circumstance now. Yes. If government should say that Collins Dawda, is culpable or misappropriated the funds that were given to him, and so he should be arrested or whatever, and Saglame by that time is sold, what will be the evidence that will be tendered in court?
Okay.
By then the private developer would have developed afar, and so the state at which Collins Dawda may have left the affordable housing unit cannot be the same exhibit that will be tendered in court.
Okay.
So the point is that it is even in court. So you would have waited until the court comes out with its final submission, so like verdict. Then we can say that this is the true position of the court. So henceforth, this is the directive of the court.
Okay.
But you see, in as much as I believe in some justices in our country, I don't even believe wholly in our justice system. And as youth and as leaders of now, because we are not leaders of future, we are leaders of now, we need to take a keen interest in how our court is reconfigured. Okay. Our judges and judiciary is reconfigured. You can't have a situation when a certain president keeps packing the court and journalists are silent. The president keeps packing the court and the chief justice smiles. The president keeps packing the court and parliament hasn't called anybody. The president keeps packing the court. That there's no cap ceiling to how many people should be called to be Supreme Court justices, justices of the appellate courts, resonating through all the other court ranks and so forth and so on. So chances are that on this matter, because it is government position to want to sell Saglame, I'm not saying, because that would be prejudice to conclude that will be a determination of the court, or that will be the verdict the court will come out with. But based on some precedent, a historical antecedent, you understand, I can conclude without any fallacy or faithful generalization that chances are that if this matter should even finish in courts, the government can even be given the go-ahead to sell Saglame. By then, where will we be standing? We have sold almost all the very important things in our nation. Now, we have sold Ghana Airways. It's now a choba. It's not a restaurant, a choba. We have sold the Black Star Line. We have sold Ghana's drill ship. Almost all the important is Ghana Telecom is now Vodafone and whatnot. Are we sitting down to see Saglame also die like all those properties of the nation? No one BB am was say bonokrono. What has the government added, to the facilities already built, especially at a time when there's a 1.8 million housing deficit in our nation? So my brother, we are not leaving this to chance at all. And this is not the normal MPP NDC youth matter. They go behind MPP, they go behind this, and the matter die on the way. No, they can't sell Saglemi. Not because they don't have the authority, but because Article 1 Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution says that sovereignty lies in the people. Power emanates from the people. We are the people. We gave them the people. They are living on our proxy. They dare not sell Saglemi.
Okay.
They will sell it even to themselves.
Now,
Obek Hanukre. Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian Tennessee and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange waiting in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Nobody can take it away from Dan God that he's a co-founder. Like, it cannot be taken away from him. So anytime he's ready to come back, he can come back.
In 2021, when I met him on set during Dance God Lloyd's interview, I interacted with him as his manager. Today, he no longer bears that title, and we are here to talk about issues pertaining to their splits and other matters arising. This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, and I am your host, Elsie Lamar. We'll be back after this break. Don't go away. Welcome back from that quick break. Joining us on the show today is Quabbles. He is the former manager for Dance God Lloyd. Quabbles, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
Why are you laughing so much?
The way you introduced me as the former manager of Dance God.
Oh, aren't you the former? Or,
yes, I am.
Yeah, I'm guessing you never thought a time will come where they would have to address you as a former manager.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't think that a time would come like that.
Yeah. So we'll delve into that aspect, but I want to ask about a bit about the academy and how it's running.
Okay.
A lot of people are actually thinking that now that Dance God Lloyd, who is assumed as the poster boy for the academy, is no longer there, there's going to be a huge difference. Is that the case?
No, not at all. So the academy is structured, and I mean, there's a lot of misconception out there. A lot of people think that it's just Dance God that started the academy, or the academy is for Dance God, but it was actually started by 3 people. It was Dance God, myself, and then Afrobeast. So we are 3. So we are 3 co-founders. So it's not what people think. Some people think, I thought he's the owner, I thought he founded this, but it was the 3 of us, and the structure is such that, like, if even the 3 of us who are the co-founders are not there, it's still supposed to run, because everybody has a role to play. There are people that work, under us, so if I'm not there, if Dance God is not there, if Afrobeat is not there, the academy is still going to run. It's like a structured company,
So I want to understand something. 3 of you co-founded
DWP Academy.
The group.
Yes.
How do you split proceeds, as in profits, what monies that come in? How is it done? Like, does a greater percentage go to someone, or is it equally? How is the structure like in terms of?
No, I can't go into details with that.
Yeah,
but
just give me a fair idea.
Yeah, but like, I mean, we started this together, so nobody is bigger than anybody, or nobody has a higher percentage more than another person. You know, as to how we split, you know, percentage and all that, I cannot go into details.
But how was it intentional that, or was it the case that you pushed
Dance God more?
Yes.
Okay, so the truth is that this started about 8 years ago. That's when I started managing Dance God. He's the one I started managing, because, you know, he told me about how the dance industry is and people don't pay well and how difficult things are. So I said, okay, I'm going to take it upon myself, you know. Like, so it was just like me trying to help a friend, because we went to school together, you know, and in trying to help a friend, it became more like a career, because I didn't go to school to study management or talent management or anything, you know. I'm into advertising. I was into advertising, so I was actually doing like 8 to 5, you know. So that was my full-time job, you know. But when my friend, you know, told me about this, I decided to take, you know, that path, you know. And then he came to me someday and said...
So wait, I'm not trying to interrupt here, but did you actually quit your job?
Yes,
to
at a point,
full-time on Dance
At a point I did. I had to, because I had to be running away from, you know, work to go for meetings. You know, it was difficult trying to, like, you know, do both. You know, so I had to, like, decide not to do 8 to 5 anymore and focus on him 100%.
So did you say you sacrificed?
Yeah, I did make a lot of sacrifices. Like, after school, I had to go and do my master's. I didn't go, you know. I decided to stay here because I started something with him. Like, imagine if I traveled, I mean, how things have turned out, you know. So those are some of the sacrifices that I made. Like, not like doing 8 to 5, which is more like of a secure job, where you know that at the end of the month, this is how much you're going to be paid, as compared to, like, you know, like dance at that time where nobody even paid 50 cedis. Like, everything we did back then was for free, you know. So it was a big risk, you know, like not knowing how things are going to turn out and then deciding to take that career path, you know.
But how well was he doing when you met him?
When I met Dance God, he had 1,000 followers on Instagram. Now he has 1.5 million. You know, when I met him, he had 1,000. I had more than 100,000. So, and you see, aside what I was doing, like, I was a model, I was into advertising, I was doing commercials, you know. So now with, like, all of the people that I knew in advertising and the brands that I knew, I wasn't talking about myself anymore. Like, if they wanted to use me, I'll say, no, this is my talent now, use this person, you know. So it was like he was now starting. You know, at the point I met him, he was now starting, you know, like, social media. You know, so I was literally managing his social media because, like, I had, like, you know, the expertise with that. So if anybody was talking to him in the DMs, on the comments, it was me talking. So I was talking as Dance God.
Okay, so I want to get something right here. 3 of you were co-founders, you, Afrobeast, and Dance God.
Yeah.
So how come you doubled as his manager?
Okay, so because I was his manager before, and then he brought on his friend, which is Afrobeast. He said he has a friend from Ashiaman who is also talented. So I decided to manage the 2 of them. And after managing them for like 3 years, we were like, we cannot dance forever. Like, you guys cannot dance forever. Like, whatever we're doing, which is like getting recognition around the world, we need to make sure that, like, it lives forever. So we need to groom, like, the next generation, you know. So that's how the 3 of us decided to, like, you know, set up the academy.
Okay, so to what extent, or what level of investment, or what's the highest level of investment that you've actually pumped into Dance God Lloyd, that when all these things happened, it struck you and you felt like I've actually done a vain job?
No, I don't think I've done a vain job, because, like, I believe that, like, you know, when they happened, I was like, maybe, like, I had done what I had to do, you know. Maybe it was just time to move on, you know. And he has changed, like, he's inspired a lot of people. Like, I feel like indirectly, it also, like, you know, comes back to me, because maybe if I didn't take that career path, all of the people that he's inspired wouldn't have been inspired, you know. So I don't think that my time was wasted in any way.
Okay.
You know,
so
the investment that I think that, like, I made, that I feel like he didn't really consider it's my time. You know, my time, and like I literally sacrificed my own career because I had it. Like he knows that at the time, like I was working with a lot of brands at that time, you know, but now I'm like, no, it shouldn't be about me. I want to be backstage so that you take, you know, the forefront.
Okay. When the issue happened, there were rumors out there, of course, typical of celebrities.
Yeah.
Those massage the issues and act like there's nothing happening, but definitely it will come out, and then we'll all get to hear, and then the issue started dropping one by one. You, on the other hand, was silent for a long time until you decided to vent one day, and that was where like we realized that yes, there was something happening. Now I want you, I'm going to keep quiet, and I want you to give us a rundown of how things started, how things got messy, and how things actually escalated in the camp, especially between you and Dance God.
Okay, so like things actually didn't escalate in the camp because I don't know. I think that the academy guys actually like really matured because they didn't go out to say anything. They were very calm. They kept on doing what they had to do. Like things didn't change. If you paid attention to like the members and our social media, things didn't change. The work still had to be done. That's my like policy. Like no matter what, the work has to be done. Even if you have a misunderstanding with somebody, the work still has to be done. Like how did things even start? It's very funny. I think that I was hearing rumors that you know he had a new manager and and I mean he went on TikTok live to say certain things, you know. I don't remember what he said. I think he said something like some people are ungrateful and you know, he said a couple of things and the social media and everybody was beginning to think that, you know, because he didn't perform at that event. There was an event that he didn't perform, the one we did with Asha. People were beginning to think that because he didn't perform at that event, that's why, you know, we have a misunderstanding. But there was so many things that led to that, you know. We didn't stop him from performing on that stage. Like, he wasn't available. I think he traveled to Nigeria at the time we were rehearsing, but he knew that we had a performance, but he decided to travel to Nigeria, like, without informing anybody, you know. And, I mean, I think he came a day before the performance. But, you see, those people that did that event, like, they're very structured. They already know that, okay, 20 people are going to be on stage. This is what we are going to do. We cannot last minute, like, make changes. Who are we going to take? Because we've been rehearsing for weeks. Who are we going to take out, you know? Or are we going to, like, it's going to change arrangements of everything, you know? So I literally asked, like, one of the people that were in charge of, like, the stage and everything that we want to make changes to and they said it's too late, you know? So it wasn't our fault that he didn't perform, but social media, you know, like, people were just making a lot of assumptions that we decided not to, you know, let him perform, and he started the academy, and what do you put me in, and, you know, so many things. I really don't remember how everything unfolded, but this is where we are now.
But did you have an altercation with him? Did you both talk?
Did we? After everything? I don't remember.
You people never spoke?
Before the event or
during everything, like when the misunderstanding started unfolding, you people didn't try to talk things out?
I think there was one time we did. That's what I'm saying. It was so many that led to that. There was one time that we did, but I think he was not ready to listen to, you know, anybody, you know. So if you're not ready to listen, then.
So would you say that there was also some external forces that were influencing him?
Maybe the new manager or.
Who is the new manager?
I don't know the person.
You don't know him?
Yes, I know the person by face, but I don't know the name.
Is he popular?
No. Yes, so there's a new manager, and I was surprised though, because that person that's the new manager, I've taken him to a meeting for a brand, and I saw that person in that meeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but it is what it is. I think that I believe that he has his reasons for doing what he did, you know, but another part of me feels like it was kind of selfish because, like, considering like every other person, the academy members and everything, like, no matter what it is, it can be resolved. You know, I don't know what it could be, because if you ask him, truth be told, he cannot tell you why. He cannot tell you why he decided to leave, or he cannot tell you why he acted the way he acted. He cannot pinpoint what it is.
Would you say that he used the Asha rumors
to be the reason
as a bait to actually...
Yeah. Yes. I think so. I think that the truth is that I think that he already had everything planned as to how he wanted to do things. So maybe the way things turned out, then he could make him... I think he wanted to be alone. I think he wanted to run things himself. You know, maybe he didn't want to be under management.
Okay. Let's take a quick breather here. When we return, we'll actually delve more into the issue. This is Talk Assignment on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back. We are still on the discussion surrounding the DWP Academy and their managers and whatever thing that ensued between the managers and the camp. We are discussing with quabbles here. So before we went on break, we're talking about how things, how events unfolded and led to the split. So right now, would you at any point, or would you ever want to know the main or the exact reason behind Dance God Lloyd's decision to actually be solo?
To be honest, I really want to know. Like, he literally cannot give, because I've asked him before, he wasn't able to give me a reason. You know, he cannot give anybody a reason why. You know, so I really want him to let me know why. What could be the reason why you take such a stand? Because we're building something big, you know, like we're changing lives. Most of the people in the academy have like very interesting stories. Like right now, they're able to take care of their families. Like they have like a career that they make a living from. You know, people know them around the world. People are inspired by them, you know. So we're building something great. And then for your selfish reasons, I don't know, but I find it because no matter how I feel about Afrobeats or Lloyd, I will not let it extend to the academy because that's a different thing altogether, you know, because it's actually like our lives are tied to a lot of other people. So imagine what happened between Dance God and I also decided, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. What happens, you know?
How does his decision affect the camp?
The camp actually, like, you know, okay, I think it's been a while, so I'm not even remembering certain things. You see, I went on Twitter at a point to go and talk. I didn't want to ever talk about this, but the reason that, you know, I did that was because I heard, like, there were so many things that I heard, you know, like, and so many things I saw, like, he trying to, like, get some of the members to turn against me, you know, or he even, like, planning to start a new academy, you know, things like that. And I'm like, how can you even think like that? Or how can you even, like, say things like that? You know, it didn't sit well with me, you know. But the good thing is that we told, like, our members, like, know that, like, even though this is what's going on online, the work still has to go on, and we have to stay together, you know. Even with my tweet, I said, like, regardless of everything, nobody can take it away from Dan God that he's a co-founder. Like, it cannot be taken away from him. So anytime he's ready to come back, he can come back.
So, at that point, when things were going south, did any of your members try to actually follow him, or does any of your members have or owe allegiance to him to some extent?
I think they some of them kind of did, but some of them kind of like wanted to take his side, but the truth is that they are wise. Like, they know that like we're stronger together. You know, would you rather like be on your own or follow one person, or like stay with the whole group? You know, so everybody decided to stay together.
So Dance God Lloyd still remains the co-founder. What does it mean? Does it mean that going forward, every show or every project that you people hop on, he still has to be given his share of money, or what does it mean?
Yes, he's still entitled to his shares.
So now that you people are not really in communication, how do you intend to do that?
We're still looking at how we're going to resolve that.
So he has not reached out to you, his lawyers, nobody has reached out?
So we're working on that. We're really working on that. And I mean, I just hope that things turn out right, you know, or like, and everybody is happy, you know. Yeah.
Okay, let's move away a bit from there and go to the Asha Global Citizen Concert. Would you say that it's actually the biggest?
You know what, like, you see how people see our brand. Like, we've been doing a lot of big things for years. Like, we did Beyonce. Beyonce is literally like one of the biggest artists in the world. You know, we did Beyonce. We've been on BBC, we've been on CNN, we've been on Shade Room. You know, Ciara posted us, PDD posted us. You know, so like big names or big like people have, like, you know, spoken about us, or we've been on big platforms. You know, so Asha is definitely one of the biggest, because like he's a big artist and he's also a dancer. You know, so the dancers see him as, you know,
an idol.
Yes, as an idol. You know, so that's definitely one of the biggest. Another one I know my dancers are like really looking forward to is Chris Brown. You know,
I was gonna mention that.
Yeah, so if they do Chris Brown, then
that's it.
That's
like,
it.
hey.
Yeah.
So are you
if Michael
like,
Jackson was alive, then
right? I know, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but are you trying to put some structures in place to make sure that happens, like the Chris Brown thing?
So you see, our way of working is that we work on ourselves to the point where, like, if the opportunity comes, you will use no other. Like, so we keep building on our brand. Like, the DWP that you knew last year is not the same DWP that you're going to see this year. Like, we're going to work on like our costuming, like branding and everything. If Chris Brown wants to work with a team from Africa, he will definitely get to know that this is the best team that he should work with. So that's how we because we don't have Chris Brown's contact. How is he going to work with us?
Chris Brown nowadays is all over, especially in Nigeria. You know, he's doing a lot of features here
And then somebody should connect us. Yeah.
But so with networking and connect, how do you people, because you have people in the industry, when you want to like do those things, you fall on?
God is our biggest connect.
But
funny, like everything just like falls in place. Like, we do what we have to do. Like, with, you know, we always preparing for the opportunity. Like, we don't wait for the opportunity before we start working towards it. Like, we prepare ourselves. If there's a chance to go and perform at a concert or a competition in the US, we're ready. You know, that's how we move. So
I heard something during the Asha concert. I heard that they actually contacted you guys.
Yes, they did.
And that's also the case with Beyonce.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, with Asha, they reach out to Afrobeast. And with Beyonce, they reach out to Dance God.
Then you guys are big.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that God is our biggest connect. We prepare and then to come.
Wow.
Yeah.
So when such messages hit your DM, how is the react? How do you react to it?
Sometimes it's like we're surprised sometimes, but at the same time we know and we feel like, yes, we are the best to actually do the job. You know, like, for instance, Asha was it was interesting, but to be honest, after we did the performance, and we were like, no.
I saw you.
Yeah.
I saw the team.
Yeah.
I saw you in particular.
Asa followed us.
How
he followed us
were...
to our tent.
Yes,
yeah.
like
he didn't want to leave.
Champagne.
Yes, he didn't want to leave our tent. Like he was in our tent before, after the performance, he came back into our tent. Like he's a global artist. Usually, like, trust me, I'm not even gonna lie. The Ghanaian artists will not do that. You are performing with them, you finish, but you don't even find the artist. The bodyguards will escort the artist out and then they'll leave you somewhere. He followed us to our tent after, the performance, and some people were speaking Chi. He's asking them, what's the meaning of this? What's the meaning of that? Like, it was, I don't know, I can't explain how that felt, but it was amazing. But
did that ended? Are you both still in touch?
Yeah, he even said that this is not going to be the last. Yeah, so maybe if Asha is doing some show somewhere, he's probably going to reach out to us, because our style is different from what he's used to. Like even with, like, he's a great dancer, but our steps are different. So he was actually like amazed. Afrobeats actually choreographed the whole performance. Yes, Afrobeats actually choreographed the whole performance.
Speaking of Afrobeats, why is he not really putting himself out there like that? Okay,
so you see, you asked me a question about why does it look like Dance God is the face?
Yes.
That's because, you see, two people cannot, like, drive a ship. The plan was that it was like a tree. We put more attention on Dance God, and then it's going to transcend down. So if Dance God is going up, it's going to affect every other person that he's associated with. We couldn't just push. If with the academy members, it's not everybody that blows up all of a sudden. There's a point that you realize that Afronita is shining. There's a point Endurance is shining. There's a point Official Starter is shining. Like, everybody has their time, So Afrobeat's time, he's had his time, and his time is still going to come. Like, it's just that, like, there are two different types of people. Like, he's not like so outgoing, but trust me, like, I feel like he's the best choreographer I've met. He and Dance God are two different types of people. He's more of a choreographer. Dance God is more of a performer.
So you actually took the... You just did damage control. I was going to ask you that. Are you trying to say that
no,
he's
not,
better?
I'm not saying he's better. He's not better. One is a great performer.
Okay.
One is a great choreographer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So both of them made
together,
a good team.
Yes, they are.
So that is also one side that has affected the team, right?
Yeah. The good thing is that we've been together for a long time, and the team has also really learned from them. Because we have classes every Wednesdays and Saturdays, and for some time now, Dance God has not been teaching. Afrobeats has not been teaching. It's the younger ones that have been teaching, and people come for the class. A lot of people travel around the world and come here to take our class. Recently, we went to Dubai. So many people attended the classes. It wasn't Dance God or Afrobeats. It was Endurance, Afronita, but people were coming because they know they are equally good.
So you're training people.
They've been trained, they've been trained very well.
Oh, okay.
So now they can do, certain things that, like, they used to do. Dance God and Afrobeats used to do.
Okay, so
I'm not saying they are as good as them,
yeah,
but they can, do their work to some extent.
I see. So I'm going to ask you a question. Be very honest with me. I don't want any corny replies like how you celebrities do. What's with all the stages that you've mounted so far, which stage actually gave you your biggest paycheck? Or which project gave you your biggest paycheck?
Beyonce. Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie, it's Beyonce.
How much are we talking? No. Give me a range.
No, I can't do that.
Why?
No, I can't do that. It's Beyonce.
Is it $1 million?
It's Beyonce.
Is it $1 million?
It's Beyonce. Come on, it's Beyonce. Like,
okay, give me a range.
Yeah, it's Beyonce. Like, if I say it's Beyonce, you have to understand that.
Yeah, I know it's Beyonce, but
that's Jay-Z's wife.
I know it's Jay-Z's wife, but don't do that. Okay, give me a range.
No, I can't.
So is it in hundred thousands of dollars? No, you're not mentioning the figure, but is it $100,000s of dollars? Or, okay, 100,000 to 1 million?
Hey.
Couples.
What if it's more than that?
More than $1 million?
What if it's more than that?
So it could be.
It could be. It's Beyonce.
Hey! Who this guy won't carry me?
Mankashu.
Yo, must say. And the Asha one, like, was it equally okay?
Yes, very good. It's Asha.
And they just said, now you people, your, how do you call it? Your prices have shot up. Oh.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know about other people, but anybody that works with us knows that like we give you value for whatever you pay for. Like we've made songs, global songs, you know. Like I can mention Overdose. One of the reasons why Overdose is a very big song is because we created that choreography.
Don Jazzy's Overdose.
Yeah, we created that choreography. Yeah,
you
know, it's created by us. You know.
Oh really?
Yeah, Down Flat. That song blew up because of the dance. You know, Balance It. That song, you know. So we've made, and whatever the artist is going to make back is millions. You know.
So did they reach out to you, like did John Jazzy big you
up? Yes, we were paid for everything that we do.
They paid?
Everything that we do, we are paid for it.
Hey! Oh, from here I'm going to just you for my own share. Oh wow, that's nice.
Yeah.
Wow. So now
and it's not like we have everything that we need though.
Don't do damage
no, it's
control.
True. No, I'm being honest with you. It's not like we have everything that we need. Like we don't have a space of our own. You know.
You're
like,
still with Pulse, like
yes, we are at Pulse. Yeah, Pulse gives us their space to use. We've been moving from studio to studio. We used to be at One Airport Square. We moved to Jowlu. Now we're at East Legon. You know, so like what our dream and our goal is to like have our own space.
So what's stopping you? You're not getting an appropriate.
Yeah, we need a place. We need a place, and we need support.
Huh? With your millions of dollars, you still need support.
We really need support. Like millions of dollars.
Yes.
Who said millions of dollars?
Yes.
Where is the millions of dollars?
I know you are worth more than millions of dollars.
We are worth more than that, but we don't have that. We are really worth more than that. Like sometimes we actually consider because like if we want to charge people what we are worth, they will think that they will say the price is outrageous, you know. So like we actually consider like looking at like the economy and like how things are going, and then we like, okay, if this is what you have, we're going to work around it, you know. We do that for a lot of. We promote certain songs for free because we want to support like the culture. Okay,
so would you say, let's come back to this whole Dance God Lloyd thing. If today, if Dance God Lloyd decides to come back and says that, oh, like, let's forget about everything, I want to still be a part of you guys, I want to make comments and all, would you accept him back?
It's not about me accepting him. Nobody has taken his place. Nobody has taken his place. He decided to leave. So it is he that has to come back.
If he comes back, are you going to put in certain structures that will ensure that he doesn't come back anyhow? Like, how are you going to do it? Definitely you accept him, but once bitten, twice shy, right? It's going to come with conditions.
So if he comes back, he's not coming back. I'm not managing him when he comes back. But I mean, he's coming back as a, you know,
a shareholder.
Yes, of the academy, you know. Yes.
Okay. So what project are you currently working on?
This year? This year we want to travel around the world, you know, and we want to like promote more Ghanaian music. Like sometimes we get comments where people say that, why you always dancing to Nigerian music? It's not that. Like if we are being paid, you know, to do it, we shouldn't do it.
Like Ghanaian artists, people pay so that they'll promote your songs.
So yeah, we want to promote more Ghanaian music. We want to work on a dance movie this year, and then we want to travel around the world and like, you know, teach people our culture and, you know, our style of dance. You know, so that's like those are the things, like kind of things that we want to do this year.
So last question, has your encounter with Dance God Lloyd actually stopped you from actually considering managing anybody in the future? Would you have a second thought?
You know what they always, I don't know why everybody said this. Everybody actually said this in the beginning, that why are you quitting your job to do this? And talents will always disappoint you. Everybody says that. But I don't know why I cannot felt or thought that like it's going to be a different, you know, but it happened. What everybody said actually happened, you know, but it doesn't mean that like because of that I'm not going to manage anybody again. It's like a relationship. If a boy disappoints you or you know, it's bad to you, it doesn't mean that the next guy is going to be, maybe the next guy might be bad, but it doesn't mean that you give up on, you know, love, right? Yeah, so, I mean, if I meet somebody that's talented that I feel like I can connect with, I'll definitely manage the person.
Your last words?
My name is Quavos, co-founder of DWP Academy and manager of DWP Academy. Keep supporting us, keep, you know, sharing our stuff, and we're never going to disappoint you. My social media is Quabbles on every platform, QUABLES.
That's all?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming, Quabbles. It was
so
a pleasure having you on the show. And all too soon, we've come to an end of today's edition of Talk Assignment. I hope you enjoyed every little bit of it. We hope to come your way another time. Till then, be good. We're out.
But you do know that the Saglame issue is also a contentious issue in court, because the former minister Atachi had said that some mismanagement and misappropriation of funds happened under the NDC administration, and they were trying to reconcile the figures, and so that matter is still in court. Don't you think that that could be a reason why they do not want to put in money to complete the Saglame project?
I think that you have even put the matter into proper perspective. Reasonably, why do you sell a subject matter that is being contested in court?
Okay.
So when court finishes its proceedings, if like proceedings, I should say, and comes out with a verdict that what is his name? The then minister of Collins Dawda, because then he is the victim of circumstance now. If government should say that Collins Dawda, if like is culpable or misappropriated the funds that were given to him, you know, and so he should be arrested or whatever, and Saglame by that time is sold, what will be the evidence that will be tendered in court? You know, by then the private developer would have developed afar, and so the state at which Collins Dawda may have left the affordable housing unit cannot be the same exhibit that will be tendered in court. So the point is that it is even in court. So you would have waited until the court comes out with its final submission, so like verdict. Then we can say that this is the true position of the court. So henceforth, this is the directive of the court. But you see, in as much as I believe in some justices in our country, I don't even believe wholly in our justice system. And as youth and as leaders of now, because we are not leaders of future, we are leaders of now, we need to take a keen interest in how our court is like reconfigured. Our judges and judiciary is reconfigured. You can't have a situation when a certain president keeps packing the court and journalists are silent. The president keeps packing the court and the chief justice smiles. The president keeps packing the court and parliament hasn't called anybody. The president keeps packing the court. You know that there's no cap, if like ceiling, to how many people should be called to be Supreme Court justices, if like justices of the appellate courts, resonating through all the other court ranks and so forth and so on. So chances are that on this matter, because it is government position to want to sell Saglame, I'm not saying, because that would be prejudice to conclude that that will be a determination of the court, or that will be the verdict the court will come out with. But based on some precedent, a historical antecedent, you understand, I can conclude without any fallacy or faithful generalization that chances are that if this matter should even finish in courts, the government can even be given the go-ahead to sell Saglame. By then, where will we be standing? We have sold almost all the very important things in our nation. Now, we have sold Ghana Airways. It's now a choba. It's not a restaurant, a choba. We have sold the Black Star Line. We have sold Ghana's drill ship. Almost all the important is Ghana Telecom is now Vodafone and whatnot. Are we sitting down to see Saglame also die like all those properties of the nation? No one bibi amawase e bono krono. What has the government added, to the facilities already built, especially at a time when there's a 1.8 million housing deficit in our nation? So my brother, we are not leaving this to chance at all. And this is not the normal MPP NDC youth matter. They go behind MPP, they go behind this, and the matter die on the way. No, they can't sell Saglemi. Not because they don't have the authority, but because Article 1, Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution says that sovereignty lies in the people. Power emanates from the people. We are the people. We gave them the people. They are living on our proxy. They dare not sell Saglemi.
Okay.
They will sell it even to themselves.
Now,
Obek Hanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send him a from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
We control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money.
Hello and welcome to Business Moment on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Na Oyokote. Today we'll be talking about the real estate business here in Ghana. Don't go away, I'll be right back. Welcome back. I am at the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25, and I'll be speaking to the Chief Executive Officer of this beautiful estate. Her name is Kiran Daswani. Daswani, I hope I got the name right.
Yes, you did.
Hello, Kiran. Welcome to Business Moments.
Hello, how are you?
Thank you
for coming to visit us and join us here at the Greens today.
Thank you for having us as well. How long have you been in Ghana?
So I moved to Ghana in 2014.
Okay.
And I started a company called Alubond West Africa, where we used to cater to the construction industry. We used to do facades, so glazing, curtain wall, cladding. Company from Dubai called Mulk Holdings. So that's how I came to Ghana in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So I think you've been in Ghana for should I say, almost 10 years now. So I'm sure you might have had some favorite food of yours. What was your favorite Ghanaian food? Jollof, wache, kenke, which one?
I love wache. Okay. I like jollof, and my favorite is light soup.
Oh, wow.
I don't know if that's a typical favorite, but my favorite is yes. I like good light soup.
Oh, wow. Yes. That's nice. That's really nice. Spicy and all.
Little spicy.
Okay. All right. So then we are delving straight to business. We want to talk about the Greens Estate. What is the Greens Estate and what do you do?
So we actually founded the company in 2017. We came across a parcel of land that we acquired. And luckily we had no issues with the registration, the title, which sometimes happens to be a problem here in Ghana. Then an architect, when I actually first bought the land, we didn't really know what to do. So it was getting the architect, and he actually had a vision. So we had that as an option. We had reselling the land as an option, and we also had doing service plots as an option.
Okay.
Right? Because we were like, okay, this is not our trade. So we had 3 options, and we were very convinced with actually the architect's overview of what the estate could look like.
Okay.
Which was what you have visited today.
Oh, wow. So the plan was not to essentially start on the estate.
No.
Just wanted to acquire property in Ghana.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We just thought, okay, real estate, whether it's land or finished product, it's always a great investment, because I do believe that real estate is tangible. So it's a real asset that you can actually see. So we just bought the land, and then from there we have come quite far, actually.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So prior to starting, I mean, after getting the advice from the architect about starting a real estate, did you dream of having such a big space, or over 100 homes or units?
Not at all.
Okay.
And I remember an architect in Dubai actually said to me, once you start being a developer, you will never stop.
Okay.
So it's like you will never look back. And I was like, okay, that stuck here. And where we are right now, we've acquired another parcel of land right next to here, another almost 6 acres, where we'll be building another 75 homes. And we are also doing a joint venture with ANC Mall. They are developing ANC Village in OEB. So there we're also going to be building a residential complex within the ANC Village.
Okay. Yeah, so from my research, I realized you guys have a good taste when it comes to housing. I mean, the features are quite unique and all. What went into that thinking, or that the building, you know?
So definitely design, the architect has had the eye, and of course I think we also appreciate aesthetics, and we do believe that you don't necessarily have to spend extremes amount of money to have something looking good. So we do consider ourselves in the middle income bracket. So people mainly from the diaspora are our preferential buyers, and then professionals, doctors, people in the oil business, like people working for these companies.
Oh, okay. Did you face any challenges while starting up?
A lot of people asked me, like, how have you actually succeeded being in such a male-dominating industry? But I have been very lucky that I've been treated very well by, you know, the greater organization, the Ghana Real Estate, banks, clients. It's been quite smooth.
Okay.
And I've had a great team also. I mean, it's not just... Yes.
Kudos to the team as well.
Yes,
very
yes,
important.
Yes,
you should always have the right team for your business to
yes.
help it spread and
yes.
grow to reach this level.
Yes.
So I see you have quite a number of amenities. There's the pool area, there's the bar area, there's a playground for children. What went into that?
So again, I think coming from Dubai, like I'm originally Indian, but I am born and brought up in Spain, and I've been living in Dubai for the past 15 years also.
Okay.
So my husband lives in Dubai, and I am between Dubai and here. And I've always appreciated seeing, you know, gated communities where you have the amenities, so you don't have, especially for children, when they come home after school, they don't have to commute to go for swimming classes or tennis classes, or, you know, just hang out with your community, neighbors, friends. It's just safe. So that's why I think we also think that it's more a lifestyle than just amenities. It's like people that come here look to have a better lifestyle.
Okay. So meaning there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Whether mother, father,
yes.
children,
yes.
there's something for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So yes. I want to find out what makes you different from other, I mean your company, the Greens Estate, what makes it different from other real estate companies?
So one thing that we really pride ourselves in is that we actually do our construction in-house. Mm-hmm. And that is something that I always think that it is one of our unique advantages. Normally, developers contract or subcontract the construction to a construction company. And construction, it is like a very, very difficult industry to actually know what has gone into the construction. Mm-hmm. Like if we look at the wall, you don't know how much, what's the iron rods that are inside the steel, you don't know how many coats of paint. Mm-hmm. So there's a lot of like, you can't really measure construction. So for us, we do our construction in-house. And I think that gives us an edge in controlling our quality and what we actually deliver to our clients.
Okay. I want to delve just a little bit personal. Have you always been interested in the real estate business?
I have.
Okay.
I have always admired growing up people that would get passive income. Like I would be like, okay, so this gentleman, you know, he's collecting X amount of thousands of dollars or euros when we were in Spain. It wasn't his main business, but it would be like his passive income. He had invested in real estate. He was like older at that time, and he could just sit and just get that income. So I've always looked up to investment in real estate.
Oh, okay.
And again, like I said earlier, the fact that it is a tangible asset.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But what's your clientele base?
Mainly diaspora.
Targets? Okay.
From the USA, from the UK. We've got some clients that have come from, actually even Ghanaians from Japan, from Israel, Canada.
Okay.
Mainly. I would say 80% of our clientele is from the diaspora.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So still on clientele base, you already have already made units, and you spoke about acquiring another land. So what if I'm your client and I do not want the house, but I want a land? Is there an option like that?
No,
Okay.
because as a gated community also, we believe that, you know, we do want to protect your investment. And I think having the let's say like units that will be easy for you to resell in case of wanting to resell. It would be easier when it's all properties that are standard, not different colors, different styles, different designs. So that's why we don't sell land.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. You spoke about style. I see the houses are almost in the same style. What inspired that? Colors, style.
Yes. So the architect.
Okay.
The architect.
So an advice based on the architect.
Yes. So
okay.
he's the let's say the master behind the designs that you see, the colors, you know.
Oh, all right. Okay, so it's been nice having you, Kiran Daswani. Thank you so much for joining us on Business Moments on GhanaWeb. Thank you for sharing your business with us, telling us what you put into it and everything that's got to do with your business.
Thank you so much
for coming.
Thank you.
When we return, we take a tour of the Greens Estate. Stay tuned. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. Well, this is the part where we take a tour of the facility. I believe you've been enjoying the interesting conversation so far, but we are going to check out what the Greens Estate Company has for us, so you would decide on the kind of house you want. I have with me here the project manager of the Greens Estate Company. He is Prince Nyako. Hello, Prince Nyako. Welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Welcome to the Greens.
Thank you. And what do you have for us? Take us on a tour.
Well, we have a lot to offer, and I think once we go on the tour, you should see what we have to offer.
All right. So
come with us.
He has a lot to offer. Let's go. Okay. Okay, so I've noticed something interesting when I entered. I realized the street names are named according to, the streets are named according to flowers. I see marigold, I saw tulip over there.
Yes.
Is there any inspiration behind it?
Well, the vision of the Greens was to, as the name suggests, the Greens. We are trying to project nature and give a refined living experience to our clients. And so that is the reason why we have named our streets also after nature. So we have the palm street, and as you can see, you have palm trees all labeled here. You have the tulip, marigold, and all that. So basically, that is the vision. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting. And I read your profile, and one of the things I saw was that building affordable houses. How affordable is the Greens to the average Ghanaian?
Well, people may say that affordability is relative.
Okay.
But what we have done here at the Greens is to give you quality for not to also break the bank. Okay. And that is what we've tried to do. And so we have houses ranging from 1 bed to 5 bedroom. Okay. And as much as possible, we try and control the cost by making sure that we do our own construction. We source materials from very competitive sources to be able to also beat down the prices for our clients. And so as we go along, you'll learn about the prices we have.
Okay, sure. So whilst we are sourcing your materials, do you do local or international?
Basically, we do local. The vision of our CEO is also that we want to get the community involved. And so we have a lot of workers here who are Ghanaians, indigenous people, and then as much as possible we source all materials also from here in Ghana. Yes.
Okay. I think that's beautiful. At least there's some sort of employment for our local people here in Ghana. Exactly. And I've also noticed one thing. There's you are using particular colors. I see ash, I see white, and that color, is it light burgundy? Terracotta. Okay. Is there a reason?
Well, we have a professional architect who does all our designs, and so the concept is to make sure that we have uniformity, and also not to have colors that are too, pungent on the eyes. Exactly. Okay. So we have white, which gives you a brighter of the environment. We have grey, which is also like a bit of a shade of not too deep a grey. Okay. But so it just blends in. It gives you a very bright community.
Okay. Yeah. So as the project manager, what are some of the amenities house owners get to enjoy? Okay,
so maybe I'll take you there. But in here we have a swimming pool, a community swimming pool. We have a gymnasium.
Okay.
We have a multi-purpose court, and then we also have playgrounds, as you can see from behind me. We are yet to finish though, but we have some of these dotted all around, so you don't have your kids go outside to go and play. So we'll have some things like this for our kids to be able to also play. And then for the adult, we have a rooftop bar. We'll go and see that.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
How much went into all these? What plans went into putting these edifices?
Okay, so where we started from is where we actually started in 2017. So that was our first phase. So we have some 2 beds, 3 beds, and then 2-bed terraces. Okay, so that's ended the first phase. And then we have the second phase, which started from just opposite the first phase, all the way to house 57, just ahead of us. So that also comprises some 2 beds, 3 beds, basically. Yes, and so we have a mix of everything: 2 beds, 3 beds for our phases 1 to phase 3, and then ongoing, we have some one bed as well. I'll show you that as well.
Okay.
Very beautiful.
Okay. In terms of space, you know, some of us like our spaces. We like big spaces. I've noticed some of these real estate companies have quite smaller spaces. How big is your space?
Well, it's quite sizable. We have actually optimized the spaces we have, and so as you can see on my left, this is a typical 4-bedroom, which is part of our, phase 3. You have your parking to your left here. You have the building there. You can go all around the building.
Oh, okay.
You have also some greenery to your left as well. And so, I mean, we have really optimized the space, and definitely it is really a design for a family. I mean, yes.
Yeah, and for this particular house, I could see your client understood the concept, because I can see more greens actually in the house, and it makes it more beautiful.
Exactly.
Okay.
So as you can see, I mean, he's done a lot of additions to it. We have spaces for families to sit around for families. We have a lot of greenery around there, so there's a lot of space for families to be able to sit around and enjoy the facility.
Okay. I see quite a number of units around me. How many in total do we have?
Okay. So in total, we're doing a community of about 108 houses. 108 houses. As we speak, we are on the last phase of it. We just have about 6 buildings to go. So those of you who want to be part of this community, you better run.
Rush while the deal is still hot.
Exactly.
Okay, that's nice. So we are heading towards
the phase 3.
I
want to first show you the recreational area, so you appreciate what the entire community also comes with.
So when you talk about the recreational area, is it just one particular spot? Because you showed me one particular one. Is that the only place for the units?
No. So that is a playground for kids. Yes, and then we have an additional space where you have an open top bar. You have the gym. And then you have also a multi-purpose hall and a swimming pool. So that is where I'm taking you to now.
All right, so this is a recreational space, and like I said earlier, I actually thought it was a unit, a housing unit, but it really looks spacious. There's a pool, I think there's a tennis court. That's the bar you spoke about up there.
Bar, exactly. I'll take you there to look at it.
All right, sure.
Very beautiful. But let me not catch you, but we also have apartment, 1-bed apartment here, a 3-bed apartment as well. So those of you who are looking to do some investments can consider a 1-bed apartment here.
That's fine.
For Airbnb. I mean, it will give
Airbnb,
you very good
yes, I was going to ask if you do Airbnb. Okay, so take us around and let's see what you've got.
Yes, so here is a community pool. As you can see, it's all done. Ready for swim. I don't know whether you brought in the costume.
Unfortunately, I didn't.
Okay, and then we have the multi-purpose court here. So that's for long tennis. You can do basketball as well, and even volley.
How deep is the pool?
We have the deepest side is about 1.3 feet.
Okay.
And then we have very, very shallow. Even for babies, you can sit on the staircases to your right.
Okay.
Yes.
But is this enough for the 108?
Oh yes. I mean, this is about 15 by 8 meter pool. So quite, very big. It's quite big. Yes.
Okay, sure.
So the gym is not finished yet, but that is where the gym is.
Okay.
So we have about 162 square meters of gym space with washrooms, male and female, with lockers.
Okay.
Yes, it's not finished yet. So
I see.
And then up here is our open, rooftop bar.
Okay.
Maybe I can also take you there to look at.
Before we go to the rooftop bar, let's have a look at the 1-bedroom.
Okay.
Apartment or unit. So you have 2 of these, right?
We have 2 units of this.
Okay.
These are not completed yet.
Okay.
They're not completed yet, so.
Maybe if we can just have a fair idea
of what it is.
Of how it actually looks.
Okay.
Oh, I see some of the cabinets already.
Exactly. So it comes with an open kitchen. It's an open kitchen concept with an island.
Okay.
And then you have the sitting area here. You have a bedroom to your left. Yes. So you have closet space.
Okay.
You have a closet space here. That is the washroom.
Wow.
Yes.
The washroom is even spacious.
Exactly. And then the bedroom here.
Yeah.
Exactly. A total of about 95 square meters.
Okay. So how much is something like this? Does something like this cost?
Yes. So this is going for a cool $109,000. $109,000.
$109,000.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so that's the staircase.
That's the staircase leading up.
Moving.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. So how was it for you handling this huge project? I mean, how did you feel from the onstart and to where you've gotten to?
Well, I mean, for me, it's been an experience. My background is actually in quantity surveying.
Okay.
Exactly, yeah. And veering into project management has not been too difficult because our training really allows us to do that.
Okay.
And so we started off in 2017. As you can see here, we are building our last gate. And so, I mean, it's been a beautiful experience for me, a learning experience, and we thank God for it, for how far He's brought us.
Well done, actually. So tell us about the space.
Okay, so this is about 252 square meters of space.
Okay.
You have a pergola here for if you want to sit under a shade, and then we have a bar.
Okay, so this is where the bar will be.
This is where the bar is going to be. So we have also a kitchen as well, a kitchen in there. Then you have washrooms. Okay. We have about 4 slots of washrooms in there for visitors. Okay. It gives you a very beautiful view, as you can see from here.
Yes, actually.
Up here.
So you can even watch your kids.
Exactly, play from
here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can watch your kids play from here.
Okay.
Yes.
Is it open to outsiders or just homeowners here?
Yes. So what we're trying to do is to be able to manage the influx of people from outside, and so we have an external gate that brings people from outside to come and enjoy the space, while not disturbing the community. So as you can see, the whole recreational area is fenced.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a biometric, access system from outside into the estate. So once you're a member here, you can just access and come in here without necessarily going through the estate. Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Talking about fencing and all that, I would like to talk about security.
Yes.
How secured is the place?
Extremely secured. I mean, we have a 24-hour security. It's, as you can see, you saw there, it's manned. We have a second gate here as well, which is also going to be manned. Okay. And as much as possible, we try to incorporate other things to enhance the security. So the perimeter fence wall is actually electrified. I mean, we have electrocuted ones. And then we're also adding on CCTV cameras into the estate and all that. And so just to enhance the security of the estate. All the street lights are solar powered. So that when there's blackout, you still have, some lights.
That's good.
Yes.
That's a fair deal.
Exactly.
I mean, aside this space you have, is the Greens planning to move on to another space? Because I remember you told me this is your final unit or your final gate you're constructing.
Yes. So definitely yes. I mean, we are in this for the long haul. So as we can, just right behind these properties, we have a land there which is starting very soon. And I mean very, very soon. So those who want to book their units should talk to us. We have another one probably coming up in OEB as well. So, I mean, we have other developments coming up.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go back to the final phase of the whole project.
Yes.
How long is it going to take to complete the final phase?
So we're actually looking at by June of this year we should be out of here.
June of this year?
June of this year we should be.
All things being equal?
All things being equal, we should be getting out of here. Yes.
Okay. So we were talking about drainage. I don't see the pipes. I don't see things I'm not supposed to see. Open drainages and all that. Yes. How was that? How did you
so as
do
our
that?
our tagline goes, refined living. What we try to do is to keep a very safe environment for kids and also give a very hygienic, environment for our inhabitants. So what we've done here is that we have an underground drainage system, as you can see here. It also serves as a walkway. Okay. So all our drainages are underground. And then, as I indicated to you last, all our street lights are also solar powered.
Exactly.
So when there's blackouts, the homes can have lights because they all have 1.5 kV solar panel, solar inverters, And then the street lights are also lit because of the solar lighting.
Okay, so meaning you're walking the talk of being an eco-friendly estate company.
Exactly.
Okay, that's amazing. So we are moving to a show house. Prince here is going to show us what exactly a house at the Greens look like. So come along and let's show you what's up. Okay, so this is a typical entrance.
Yes, so this is our 3-bedroom, known as the cedar. As I told you, all our houses are named after, nature, so cedar is a form of a tree.
Okay.
Exactly, so this is our 3-bedroom.
All right.
Yes.
Oh.
So
should I call this a grand entrance?
Exactly. What we have done is to give you a very big, it's our 1.3-meter door.
Okay.
It's quite very wide.
Okay. So where are we starting from? The hall?
Let's go to the living area.
Okay.
Yes, so very beautiful, I guess.
Yes, I see.
Exactly.
Neutral colors. Well, that's my kind of furnishing
a lot of people like these colors. Exactly.
Yes.
So what we have done, to your left here, you see a very big sliding door. Similarly, we have one to your right.
Okay.
Exactly. So that is what we call, it gives you cross ventilation. So you don't always need to have your ACs on. You can just, shift one door here, slide another one here. You have mosquito netting here, so you can just slide, and then you enjoy the fresh air. Okay. It also gives you a lot of lighting into the house, so you don't have to always put on your artificial lighting. So
I see a lot of modern decorations. I mean, with regards to the ceilings, the lightnings, the tiles. I was looking at something on Facebook actually, and people were teasing landlords or complaining about landlords that they use a lot of brown and those multicolored kind of tiles. But I see this is quite different for their buildings. So
simplicity, they say, it's the way to go.
Okay. So does the client have an option to have a furnished house?
Oh, most definitely. I mean, we are very open. Okay. We are very open. So if you want us to furnish for you, we can also do that for you. Yeah,
okay.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
All right. So the TV sits here, and then the couch.
The couch. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we go upstairs.
Yeah, we can. Let me show you the kitchen.
Okay.
You want to enjoy my sofa?
Yes, I do. It actually looks cozy.
Yes, it is.
Oh wow. You could sleep here, take a nap, even spend the night here.
Oh yeah, I mean it's
and I think it's even spacious for family gatherings.
Exactly.
And all. Exactly. Okay, so a space like what was the space?
So this is about 30 square meters here.
Okay.
For the dining and then the living area.
Yeah. All right. That's nice. Let's move on to the next. I can't wait to see what you have in store.
Oh, okay. So let me show you what we have here on the ground floor.
Okay.
So we have a guest washroom to your left.
This is it?
Yes.
Okay.
And a guest washroom here.
Oh, okay.
Very beautiful.
Well, this is what some people call the powder room, I guess.
Yes, the powder room, exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let me see. Let me have a look at it.
Yes.
Okay, it's quite spacious, not really small.
Yes.
The door is deceptive. It looks quite tiny, so yes, yeah. So next, I see the kitchen.
That's the kitchen.
Okay.
So we furnish the kitchen for you. We will give you an extractor. It comes with the gas.
Oh, wow.
Exactly, yes. So
and these are the storage spaces.
These are the storage spaces, yes.
Okay. Quite spacious.
Yes. And to your left, you have a storeroom.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a storeroom here. That houses your washing machine. Oh. And then the solar inverter is also kept in here. Oh, okay. If you want us to do some additions for you in terms of shelves, that can also be done. So
okay, so there's an option for renovation.
Oh yeah, I mean additions.
Okay,
we are
additions.
For additions.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, so where does this door lead to?
This actually takes you to the backyard.
Okay, but let's finish with the yes. Okay. So I see the same tiles you use for the hall is where you are using.
Same. We carry the same tiles throughout
every space.
Throughout the space, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
All right. How safe is this?
Very
safe.
The glass panels. This is about 10 mm thick glass.
Okay.
10 mm thick glass is very quite tight. And then we also have the option of metal hand railing.
Okay.
So whichever one you choose, we can do that for you.
Sure.
So here is the master bedroom.
Oh.
So this is the master bedroom.
Whoa.
Yeah, this is the master bedroom.
This is lovely.
Yes. This is the master bedroom.
Oh, it has built-in wardrobe.
Exactly, yes.
Oh, well, closet. Okay. That's a queen-size bed.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
And then you have the washroom to your right.
Okay.
Also quite spacious. And then we give you a balcony here.
Okay. Oh.
So you can enjoy.
This one there, face me, I face you.
You can
oh, that's nice. It's quite airy here.
Very.
Yeah.
Very airy. Yeah.
It's quite airy.
Very airy.
Yeah. Okay. Alrighty. So the washroom.
Yeah, that's the washroom. Yes.
Okay. 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 All right. So we move on to the next room.
Yes. So we have 2 other bedrooms, all en suite.
Okay.
So one to your right here.
Okay. Oh.
Yes.
This quite smaller.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a bit.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Yes. Oh, another built-in closet.
Exactly. All the rooms comes with that.
Okay. So that's the last bedroom.
That's the last bedroom. Yeah.
Okay. I see 2 beds.
Yes.
So for like a kid's room, right?
Room,
Children's
exactly.
room.
Yes.
Oh, but I didn't feel all the beds.
Yes.
That's a clean space.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about the units.
Yes.
How is the units, or how are the units like? 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom, 3 bedroom.
Yes. So we start from 1 bed.
Okay.
As I showed you at the recreational area.
Yeah.
And then 2 beds. We also have 3 beds. We have some variety in the 3 beds. We have the cedar. We have another unit, another 3-bedroom known as the oak as well. Those are under construction. And then we have the 4-bedroom known as the cypress.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So,
okay.
This is the parking lot.
Oh.
The parking lot.
So how many cars can fit?
You can fit 2 cars actually.
Okay.
2 SUVs can even fit here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. It looks small.
It's a 3.5. The
Okay.
average car size weight is about 2.5. So you still have space to move around.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the payment plan?
Yes.
Yes. How is it like? If I want to purchase?
Yes. As I indicated, I mean, we are very open.
Okay.
We have self-financing where we give clients up to, say, 1 year. Exactly. We also have asset mortgage. Exactly. And then when you're doing self-financing, as I indicated, I mean, within a period of, say, 6 to 1 year, I mean, we can consider that. Yeah.
Okay. So does that mean you make a lump sum in the first month?
Yes. So what we'll do
What's the
is
percentage?
Okay. So what we do is I do a 30%, between 30 and 40% down payment, and then the rest, if you're doing self-financing, is spread for you between 6 and 1 year. And then if you're doing a mortgage, depending on your income and your commitments, the bank can look at 80%, and you do a down payment of 20%. The bank disburses the 80% when you have made your payment, and when the house is also completed, the bank does they do the payment of the 80% for you.
Oh, okay. That's
and
quite flexible.
for Ghanaians, I think you can get between 5 to 15 years on your mortgage in terms of payback period. Yeah.
So for how many homeowners do you have out of the 108?
Living here?
Yes, living here.
In and out, we have almost about, say, 30.
Oh.
And we have clients who live abroad, so they come in and go. And then we still have some residents also in there. Yeah.
Okay. And finally, what sets you apart? So we are going. This is still the backyard.
This is the backyard.
Okay.
Yes.
I think we should give a full tour of the house.
So one thing I need to mention is the cedar.
Okay.
It also comes with an out room. Yeah.
This is an out room. What's it for?
So if you have a house help, you can.
Okay.
A single, let's say, student bed can fit in here because it has its own washroom.
Oh, it has a washroom.
Exactly.
Okay.
If you want to also say set up an office space, you can also hide away from the kids.
All right. Okay. That's nice. Oh, that's fine. It's okay. Okay. So finally, whilst we are moving out of the house, what differentiates the Greens from other real estate companies?
Well, what I would say is that we control a lot of the things we do. And so in terms of quality, in terms of quality, we can really assure our clients that we are giving you quality and value for your money. In terms of payment terms, we are very flexible. The construction itself, I mean, some estate developers are averse to taking people around to see the start of the construction. But we are very open. We wish that people come here to see the construction right from the onset. I mean, the convention here is that people use blocks in the foundation, but we use concrete solely for the foundation. From foundation all up, we use concrete for the foundation. In the block, we produce it ourselves just to satisfy ourselves that we are giving you quality. And then our materials are carefully sourced from the right sources. It's not like we want to cut corners. No, we don't do that. So that is what actually set us apart from others.
Okay, but I want to take you back just slightly about the housing units. What's the range from the lowest to the highest?
Okay, so our pricing, as I indicated earlier, start from 110,000 to 262,000.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Prince Nyarko, for joining us on Business Moment. It's been lovely having you take us on a tour to your project and as well as a showroom house. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of another interesting conversation on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Our guest was the Greens Estate. If you are interested in owning a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, 3 or even 4, the right place to go is the Greens Estate here in Tema Community 25. Also, if you're a business owner and you are interested in being featured on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, see the numbers below and give us a call. Log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Get interactive with us on all our social media handles. We are at the GhanaWeb on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. Also subscribe to our YouTube channel for more videos. My name is Na Oyokwoti. Thanks for watching.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. People got sending me sicker from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
History says they carried this bell from Keta, the port of Keta.
Okay.
Human beings, they have to carry. In those days, they were walking.
Thank you.
Yeah. It has a ringing tone, which the community people, they are aware of. Okay. So when they ring it, they know what the bell is saying. Okay. It's telling them. Okay.
Welcome to People and Places on GhanaWeb TV. Today on our Amedzofe tour series, we take a look at the oldest church in the Avatime traditional area, the EP Church. Let's go meet our guest who's on the other side, and then we'll get right to the conversation. See you in a bit.
So it happened that somewhere in 1886, the first white men or Germans traveled to Amedzofe through Bajeme. They climbed the hill. Actually, they traveled from Ho on foot to Jokwe, going to Nkonya area. Then they happened to settle at Jokwe, Old Town. There they saw the mountain range and they asked whether it is accessible. Okay. And they told them, yes, it is accessible. So there were natives, first convicts. One, Mr. Jacob Anku, who was baptized by the Bassa mission at Mayira in Accra, near Accra, and Jokoto. So they settled at Jokwe and they named the place Jerusalem. Because they were baptized, they don't want to mingle with their relatives. In those days, there was nothing like Jesus in our area here. So it's all fetishing, traditional worship. So that's how come the Germans took Reverend Siege and Reverend Spitz. They travel on foot through Bajeme. You can see the hill, then to Amedzofe. They passed the night here. Okay. So due to the weather and no mosquito bite during the night, they decided that they'll pass another day here. Okay. So they feel comfortable here. The weather was good. And they asked the chief whether they'll have access to the people to talk to them. And
to share the word.
To share the word. Lo and behold, there was some gentleman in the town who also happened to work for some German at Keta. In those days, he was a translator. You know, if a white-skinned person arrived and they have not seen it before, everybody was afraid. And they said, they ran to the man. His name is Setafia. They ran to him that he should come and see. Maybe he will know something about them and he understand the German language. So they brought Setafia, a native of Amedzofe, and he translated what the people want to tell the natives. So they feel happy. So the first visit was in 1886. They went back and their second coming was in 1889. That was where the work actually started. The missionary work started in Amedzofe, 1889.
Our tour guide for today is Mr. Ajato. He's an indigene of Amedzofe and a presbyter of the EP Church. And you heard him telling us how the EP Church started in the Avatime traditional area, specifically Amedzofe. I learned so much on this production and I can't wait for you to learn too. So make sure you stay with us till the end.
From the beginning, the chiefs and elders, they accepted them into the community. But you know, it was very hard because to throw away their fetishing and traditional worship is very hard. But gradually, they had the people to follow them. So the first converts who accepted Jesus Christ, they gave them land here. Okay. And we call here Bethel.
Okay. Till today?
Till today. Okay. This is the Bethel area. In Amedzofe, we have 5 clans. Okay. But Bethel is a no man's clan. So people from all the 5 clans, if you accept Jesus Christ, they'll give you a portion here and you put up your building here. They'll give you a portion, you put up your building at Bethel here. That's come, this area is all Bethel. The first worship place that they put up is the one there where near the blue building roof. You see some white iron sheet on a corrugated one. That was the first worship place they put up.
Okay. Okay. So that's
the first worship EP church.
Okay. Right.
We call it today Gbedohohoho Old Chapel.
Okay.
Old Chapel.
Okay. Is it still in use?
Yes, we still
still
use
a
it.
church.
It's still a
People
church.
still worship.
So children, Sunday school children, yes, children ministry, they worship there. Yes, they worship there.
This is the first church building Mr. Adjato spoke about.
It is stones. They came here to meet stones. So stones plus bent bricks. That was used for all this building. Stones.
Oh, that's why it's still very strong.
Yes.
Okay. But do you intend to break this?
No. This one, we have no plan of touching it. All we want to do is, if maybe we get funds, we renovate it. We renovate. And the roofing, you see, as it's corrugated iron. We renovate it in a modern way. Use this place for children's service and then tourist center. We can bring in all the old artifacts of the Germans, we can bring them here and keep them here. Recently, you see, as children, they are learning here. They put their hands on this old machine and all got spoiled. The early organs. Yes. Now it's not in a good form again. And all these things, the pulpit, all these things, where you write the hymns, they were the works of our early Germans. You see how they put it. These are some of their handiworks. How the early carpenters, they were taught to construct these things, build a cupboard. So it's all church items. The culture of maintenance.
Now let's get back to the conversation.
At the 50th celebration, Jubilee celebration in Amedzofe, when the church was 50 years old, they put up this staircase. This staircase for the celebration.
50th
anniversary.
Of the church.
Yes, after 1889. You count down 50 years, then they constructed this staircase. Yes. And then come and see where the trees are, and you see a pink building there. Yes. That's the mission house.
Okay.
Where pastor's residence.
Was it also built 50 years
50
ago?
years.
Okay. Wow.
By Reverend R.S. Kwame. So he put up that building as the pastor's residence, and then the staircase here.
The same person?
Yes.
Okay.
Under his leadership.
Okay.
Because before they put up the training, the missionary center, training catechists and evangelists to go out and propagate the gospel. So this was their station, which is now College of Education.
Oh, okay.
And that was the first station where they put up the buildings, training evangelists and catechists to go out and propagate the gospel.
So it used to solely be for training of
yes, seminary.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
Mission
Before
seminary.
It was
converted to the college.
Okay. So in the beginning, when the staircase was built, was it for the church?
For the church.
So the staircase was built at the same time the church was built?
At the same time when they were putting up the building, they were constructing the staircase.
Okay.
But it wasn't like this.
Okay.
I came to meet the constructor or the mason who put it in a better shape. Yes.
So for the staircase, how many steps do we have in total?
From At first, it was about 60 something, but when they restructure it, now only we can count before we know.
Okay. Is there a particular reasoning behind this tall staircase?
Well, actually, it was coinciding with the 75th anniversary. They should make it to celebrate the 75th, Silver Jubilee, something like that.
Okay.
Yes.
But is it easy for everybody to climb the staircase, especially because there are quite a number of elderly people in the community?
Yes, it will wonder you to see elderly people climbing these stairs, just as if it is an exercise for them. And before we come to church here, sometimes you see elderly people, they are already seated before we come.
Interesting.
Yes, interesting.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's not a big deal for them. Those who cannot, sometimes they go round the cave and turn that way and enter the chapel.
So what else is there to know about the EP Church?
Okay, the EP Church here in Amedzofe, it was a blessing to the community. For in that when the Germans came, they didn't come only with the Bible, they came with trade. I'll call it apprenticeship, people to learn handiwork so that they'll do their own work and get food for themselves. In that case, they brought people who were knowledgeable in blacksmithing.
Okay.
Blacksmithing, they brought it to us. Carpentry, they brought it to us. Masonry, they brought it to us. Before our fathers, they were putting up the building, but they didn't know the architect of it. So how to lay the block in a nice manner or to build the block. They brought bent bricks. So when they came, they would go to a pit, dig it, the clay, and they make some oven, they'll fire it, then the bricks, they'll bend it. So the German brought that technology, making of bricks, bent bricks, very hard. And they used some for building this
very building.
This very building.
Okay, so some part of the church building is made from bricks.
Bricks. I may say this one totally is bricks.
Wow.
Land-crate bricks.
Okay.
Until somewhere in 1980s, we pulled the backside, just a portion of it away, to use the new technology of this, our cement bricks, before we realized that it was burnt bricks.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Okay. We were the youth in those days, running about and doing that job. Okay. Yes.
Okay,
so it's all burnt bricks.
So here we wanted to take a look inside the church building, but that was not possible because according to Mr. Adjato, the community had stopped using the church for some time now, and so it had been locked from the inside.
Apart from bringing skilled jobs to us, then education also.
Okay.
For setting up the first senior school or basic, which we call today primary school, it was set up here. So all communities around, they will come here
to
Amedzofe to attend school.
Okay.
From the basic to in those days we call it senior school. So the first boys senior school was established in Amedzofe here.
Wow.
In our every land here, in the central here.
Which is?
The middle school. Now middle school, gradually to now junior high school.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So it was solely a boys.
Middle school.
Amedzofe middle school.
Okay.
Then they set up the girls school, basic school, middle school at Bajeme.
Oh, okay.
Bajeme.
Which is close to Amedzofe.
Yes, which is close to Amedzofe. Okay. So we benefited a lot from that. You know, education brings what? Eye-open, prosperity and everything, enlightenment to the community. Yes. Amedzofe today can boast of about, if we count every house here, you'll get about 3 teachers from every home So we can boast about 1,000 teachers from Amedzofe alone, scattered all over Ghana.
Okay, so we'll pause for a little here. We'll come back to the conversation with our presbyter of the EP Church. He's telling us all we need to know about the church. We'll be right back. Thank you for staying with us. Welcome back. Let's just continue with the conversation. So, Presbyter Adjato
Eli.
Yes. Okay, so this is quite an old edifice.
Yes.
Is it still relevant today?
Oh, no, we are not attending church service here any longer. Somewhere in 2013, we decided to move from here and put up a new edifice that will suit the community and cater for even the college, so that any graduation they can have it here.
So that was in
2013.
2013. You moved from here?
Yes.
To a new church?
A new place.
Was it built?
Yeah, we built it's just an alternative center, so that we put up this place. We gave ourselves, within 3 years, we want to put up a new chapel.
You want to pull this down?
We pull this down
and create a new chapel.
A new chapel here. So you can see the foundation for the new chapel.
Okay,
we want to pull this old edifice down and build a new chapel here.
But is that not going to tamper with history?
Yes, really. So the elders of the town, the community, you know, they are they also have a stake in this. So the chief and elders came up that no, we should reserve it as a monument. Even if we will not worship here, we should reserve the German work as a monument here. By then, we have started the new foundation already. So that came in 2014. The job here stopped, and we move out. Now we are not coming back, and we want to continue the job. But lo and behold, the chief and elders also came. We sat down and we talked, and now they have agreed that we can continue the building, the work.
So is it that some part of this building will remain while you add a new one, or the entire building will go down and then a new one?
According to our plan, the entire building have to go down. Yeah. So since 2014, we left this place to know anybody attending to the building again. That's why you can see that some walls are caving in. They are caving in now.
But according to the new structure you have, is it going to look something like the old one, or it has a completely new face?
A completely new face. You can see from this brochure, when we celebrated the 125th year in Amedzofe, that was in 2014. We celebrated the 125th years of existence in Amedzofe. Then we brought up this picture, that this will be the new look of the chapel.
Okay. So then it means that for now, anyone who wants to see how the old German church looks like has a period to come and do that before the church goes
before.
down. Okay, all right. So that's it about the church, right? I understand there's also a German cemetery, which we'll be looking at in a little while. So let's just go along. Presbyter Adjato will show us where that is, and then the conversation will continue.
Thank you. One interesting thing too, this the bells we have here.
Yes.
Yes.
They came up with the church.
Yes. The structure, we name it after Funke, Mrs. Louis Funke. The husband was a reverend here, reverend minister. This woman started the Bible.
Was she Ghanaian?
No, a German.
Oh, okay.
She started the Bible class.
Right.
What she did was to group the women in the church. Then after Sunday, or anytime she wish, once in the week, and plus Sunday, a chosen day in the week, plus Sunday, after church service, we group them and teach them the Bible.
Okay.
That's how come Bible studies. And then now it is known Bible class.
Okay.
Bible class.
Okay.
The old ladies, they'll go for the class in the evening, they study, and then you teach them sewing and knitting.
Okay.
So Bible class started in Amedzofe.
Okay.
So during their 75th year in existence, the whole EP church in Ghana, they came here to celebrate it.
Oh, wow.
Yes, that's come the structure here in memory of Louis Funke.
So this was constructed during the 75th anniversary
of the Bible class.
Of the Bible class.
Yes.
Okay.
Of the Bible existence of the Bible class.
So when the church was operational,
yes,
they used to ring these bells.
These bells
to call people to church.
To church. Okay. And the big bell there, they carry. History says they carry this bell from Keta, the port of Keta.
Okay.
Human beings, they have to carry. Wow. In those days, they were walking.
Wow.
On foot, they have to carry the big one to as far as from Keta through Waya, Adaklu, Adaklu Waya to Ho to Amedzofe here.
That's a lot of work.
A lot of work.
Because it looks very.
And when they ring it, they told it. People at Logbatota, you see that village there. I mean that town at the hillside there. It's called Logbatota.
Okay.
Yes, that community they'll be hearing the bells.
All the way from
all
here.
The way from here.
Wow.
And from the beginning, they also travel here to attend church service.
Oh.
But gradually, as they establish the church there,
they now have an EP church.
EP church there. They will hear the bell, and they know it is time to wake up to go to morning service. Okay. It is time to go to Sunday service from Amedzofe here.
Right.
This is the history of the bell.
So now that the church is going to be rebuilt,
yes,
is this bell still going to operate as it is, or
yes,
they're going to find
as at now they are in use.
The bells.
Yes, every morning we have to toll it and go to morning service, and then it is the time giver for school children too.
Oh.
At 7 o'clock it will toll, 7:30 it will toll. Then at 8 o'clock they'll ring it.
Today.
Even today.
Wow.
So it's still in use.
I see.
It's still in use.
So wait, just a minute.
Yes.
So to use it, you have to pull.
You have to pull the string. Yes. Yeah, it has a ringing tone, which the community people they are aware of. Okay. So when they ring it, they know what the bell is saying. Okay. It's telling them. Okay,
okay, so we are now on our way to the German
cemetery. Yes, Bethel community. Then we go to the cemetery. We name it missionary cemetery. Because now, after the white men laid there, the first convicts and their families who passed away, they were also buried there. Okay. Then now we are not using it as a major cemetery, only for church agents, like the pastors. If somebody attained the position of a pastor, and is in the EP church, and is from a native from Amedzofe, we accord him that honor. Then we bury him there. If you are a catechist from Amedzofe, you pass away, we accord you that honor. We bury you there.
So it's more like a ceremonial
Yes.
graveyard.
All these areas are better. This is the area we call better. From the old chapel coming up here is all better. Better. An area given to the first Christians, converts. So we are now at the missionary cemetery. The rating shows Amedzofe EP Church in commemoration of its 75th years jubilee from 1889 to 1964. Yeah. Yes, as I was saying, the missionaries that passed away, the Germans, this one, for the interpretation, or the written, I cannot tell, but it's one for the John Schrader. John Schrader. He passed away on the 15th March, 1864. This is also another. All these ones are all German. Yes, yes, of Germans. Then the first one is our great pastor. He was the first synod clerk for the EP Church. When the German left, the work was handed over to him.
He is a native of America.
He's a native. And he worked here. He established all the churches in the community.
Wow.
All the churches.
Even
from here to
EP?
No, only EP.
Only EP. Okay.
So formerly, Amedzofe was EP domain.
Okay.
Recently, in the 1970s, that other churches tried to come into Amedzofe. And as of now, we have about 9 different churches in Amedzofe. Yes.
But EP is the mother church.
Is the mother church. Robert Kwame. Reverend Robert Stephen Kwame.
Okay.
And this is the wife, Beta A. Kwame, the wife. Yeah. So recently, the family, they came back to reposition the grave. Yes. So these are all pastors from, church agents from Amedzofe who passed away. Yes. We have Reverend Atikwi, the community chief, the town chief today. His father was a reverend minister. Yeah, Roland Kwame Atikwi. Yeah. Then Reverend Samuel Jegbulo. The latest was Reverend Dacha, OK Dacha. Owen Dacha. Owen Kokuvi Dacha. Yeah. He passed away in 2017. I may say he is the last Reverend Minister in recent time. Yes.
Okay. So that's it about the history of the EP
Church in Amedzofe.
In Amedzofe.
Yes. The other side, I know maybe you may have captured it already. The erection of the cross.
Yes.
That one.
On Mount Gemi.
On Mount Gemi.
Yes. We got that in another episode, so you might want to check that out. the cross was mounted by the Germans.
The German.
Yes. During one of their anniversaries. We captured that. We went all the way up the mountain.
But Reverend Furinge.
You should try.
Furinge.
Yes. You should try and catch up in that episode.
Yes.
Okay, so we have been doing this with Presbyter Eli Kwesi Adjatto. He is with the EP Church and he's very conversant with the history of the church. Yes. You heard him tell us about how the church was constructed, how the Germans came in, all the things they helped the natives of this town accomplish, and the movement of the church, the redevelopment, and the plans to refurbish the church. So that's it about the oldest church in Amedzofe, the EP Church. And we are happy that you stayed with us throughout this class. We'll bring you another exciting episode of People and Places. My name is Wandami Hagan. Thank you, sir, for doing this.
Thank you. You're welcome.
See you next time.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and left me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With the send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Appealed for the Minister of Health to apprise the House of the measures being taken. And indeed, Mr. Speaker directed that the Minister should appear. And I think that is missing. So, Mr. Speaker's direction should be captured. Thank you.
Table office, I'm sure you were present. So let's capture the directive of the Honorable Speaker. Page 15. Sorry, Honorable Member. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Honorable members. Yes, please.
Sorry for craving your indulgence to help me go back to page 9.
Page 9.
There's a problem here that I want to draw attention. Yesterday, you made the House aware that the delegation from the West Africa Parliamentary Forum were 70 in number. Only that the heads were sitting at the guest place, and the rest were at the 70. The rest were at the public gallery. But in today's proceedings, they were not captured. But this having a House of Records, I think we have to make reference to the 70 people who were also at the gallery, so that the record will show that 70 people were here as the members of the forum.
Yes, you are right. So you should read the Right Honorable Speaker recognized in the House the presence of a delegation of 70 members of the West African Regional Parliamentarians Forum who were in the country on an official visit. The delegation included. So please, Table Office, capture that. Thanks for drawing our attention. The votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting held on Wednesday, 1st March 2023, as corrected, are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honorable members, I have a copy of the official report of Friday, 10th February 2023. Any corrections? Yes, Honorable Member for Kwadaso.
Honorable Speaker, minor correction on column 57, the last paragraph, under Mr. First Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, we will now move on to statements. I have admitted 3 statements, but I will take one out of. I see a figure 10 written. I suspect that it should be, I will take one out of them. Instead of them, 10 is captured. Thank you.
That's the last paragraph of column 57, right?
Yes, please, Madam Speaker.
So I have admitted 3 statements, but I will take one out of 10. And it should not be 10, but it should be them. Please, Table Office, draw the attention of the official reporters. Yes. Any further? Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, on column 12 of the official report, question 914. Speaker, I asked that question, but I cannot find the response from the Minister to that question in the official report, Speaker.
Column 12.
Column 12, question 914. That's the last question on column 12.
Yes, Table Office is true. The answer is not captured. Honorable Member. Please, official reporters, you will need to capture the answers to the questions. They are not on the Hansard. Please, Table Office, kindly draw their attention. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the official report of Friday, 10 February 2023 is hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. We now move on to urgent questions. But before that,
my attention has been drawn that leadership want to have a word before we move on. I think the Deputy Majority Leader wants to say a few things. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, as you may be well aware, yesterday you had an occasion to raise some concerns about our approach in terms of language use. I must say that when sitting came to a close, my respected colleague Emmanuel Amakofibo and I met. We had a fruitful discussion regarding the matters in issue. And I think we resolved that things would get far, far better and better and better henceforth. And I believe that the mutual respect that exists between the two of us, proud to he getting his elevation, will remain. Of course, we also realize that both of us were misconstruing certain matters because of some other external matters out there unbeknown to us. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to assure you and assure the House that as far as I am concerned, anytime I get on my feet, it is for the good of the politics of this House. However, I've taken his concerns on board, and that will guide the approach. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the words I have for you. For anything that he might have said, touching on my ego, character, or whatever it is, I have forgiven him and I have let go. We've discussed that and we've taken water over it. We didn't take beer or wine. I'm sure after the length, we would have a go at a bottle of Coke. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that I have allergies, so Coke is something that I can entertain, not beer. Majority leader is looking at my face. Mr. Speaker, because he knows we are partners.
Don't bring in majority leader.
Mr. Speaker, he was
Let's talk about you and
Mr. Speaker, so Mr. Speaker, that was on a lighter note.
Yes.
So, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, may we hear from the Deputy Minority Leader?
Thank you, the Right Honourable Speaker. First of all, thank you for your wise counsel yesterday. Indeed, I met the respected Honourable Fenyo Maki yesterday. We agreed that we are here because of the people's business. We can only work together to make sure that we achieve this very important work that has been given to us. And what is required is trust and professionalism. And I assured him, as our leader did from the first day, our intention here is to make sure we work, not to obstruct government, but to make sure we can work together for the people of Ghana. And it is in that spirit that we are going to work. I also told him that, we are in the Lent period, and if there are things that I said that were offensive, I have things he said that are offensive, I've forgiven him. In fact, and I have. And we move forward together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honourable Members, you wanted to say something? Yes, I think that on your behalf, proper for us to thank our colleagues for finding time to patch up. And they have acknowledged the fact that there are representatives here. You are not here for yourself. You are here for the people. So whatever the situation, you always have to think first about the people, not yourselves. I'm sure many of you were here when my colleague, Honorable Hajia Alema Mahama, a mate of mine, were called to a bar the same day with Honorable Ambrose Derry. He said that when I became a politician, She couldn't tell whether it was the Honorable Bagbin that were in the same class together. Very calm, very gentle, very humble. And he saw that I was different. I was different because it was not me. It was the representative of the people. And here I sit as a representative of the people and you. And so whatever I do here is your interest first, not my interest. When I leave this office, you see me differently. At that time, I'll be taking care of myself, care of me. I know you will not do that. Well, you'll be struggling to take care of yourselves. So please, let's first think about the people and not ourselves, and conduct ourselves well to suit the hopes and aspirations of our people. We are extremely grateful, and definitely we want to see the new leaf that you have all turned. So with this, we are grateful, and we hope your leaders will lead you well. We thank God for that. We now will have to move to item 5, which is urgent question. We have only one, and that stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Wa West, directed at the Minister for Interior. So the Minister will have to take his proper seat. And Honourable Mr. Peter Lanchine Tubo, please, you can ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to ask a question that is at the center of my heart. But I just received a text message from the Wa West NDC chairman that I should convey to Honourable, the Deputy Majority Leader, that he loves the tone of your voice this morning. That sounded so romantic, and he's encouraging you to keep it up. Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, you are completely out of order. I recognize you. I recognize you to ask a question, not to convey a text message from chairman from your constituency. Deputy Majority Leader is complimentary, but I think I thought that he was out of order. I've ruled him out of order. I don't think you have to comment on it again. Please. Please.
Mr. Speaker, these are part of the chamber bona fides. I will take it. You know, the courtroom practice gives us the energy to take some of these things. So if he's bringing it on a lighter note, I mean, at the appropriate time, maybe you get a small of it. But don't be offended. My worry is how sensitive you are sometimes. Don't be sensitive. I take it as a compliment. Thank you very much.
You are also out of order.
Very well.
Yes, you may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for Interior what the current state of investigations are. Correction, in the 2022 serial killings in Wa. Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Following the disappearance of 5 night security guards who were kidnapped by their assailants at different locations and subsequently murdered within the Wa municipality, a special intelligence-led investigation led to arrest of 27 suspected persons in connection with the kidnap murder of the 5 security guards in September 2022. Right Honourable Speaker, out of the number arrested have been discharged per the Attorney General's advice. 15 suspects are on court bail, awaiting the Attorney General's report or advice. Now, the current situation is that the police is yet to locate and identify 3 other missing security guards, namely Alasan Yaya, aged 53, Sanwini Camilos, 42, and Dadegbe Kwame, aged 57. The 3 were reported missing between September and October 2022. No arrest has been made in respect of the said 3 missing persons. Honorable Speaker, the police has initiated a vigorous education campaign within the communities to sensitize the citizenry, mostly the youth, on security tips concerning serial killers and kidnappers. Currently, Mr. Speaker, there are about 300 operational policemen on the ground performing day and night mobile and foot patrols, including motor patrols. Police intelligence is also working around the clock for clues that will lead to the arrest of the perpetrators. Right, Honorable Speaker, in as much as the police administration strongly advises the populace to be vigilant, the administration would like to urge the citizenry to report any suspicious characters within the communities to the police or any law enforcement agencies for prompt action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, right, Honourable Speaker, I have a supplementary for the Honourable Minister. Honourable Minister, in your answer, you talked about has been discharged already based on the advice from the Attorney General. And we have 15 other accused persons who are on court bail. Can you assure the people of the Upper West region, very particularly the people of WAC, that this particular case will not join the long queue of cold cases in the Ghana Police Service? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Minister. Right Honourable Speaker. Let me make clear that the Ghana Police Service is very, very serious about this matter. And that is why, in spite of the fact that other areas cry for more police personnel, we have put a minimum of 300 extra on the case. We would do our part, and we will do all it takes to bring all the suspects that we get and all the information that we get to the fore and before the courts. But Mr. Honourable Speaker, you do know that beyond sending them and prosecuting them, we would count on the judiciary that I know is committed to justice to deal with them. It will not join cold cases. Otherwise, we would have withdrawn and made it cold. We are still there and it's hot. But also to state that the cold cases are not cases that have been consigned to the back burner. I can assure you that the police are making a lot of progress on several of them, and you will hear the progress. Cold cases is just a name to remind us that we should never forget, and the police is committed to dealing with all the cases. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further supplementary questions?
Right, Honourable Speaker, and I'm very satisfied with the answers provided. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, move to item 6, questions. It's still the same minister, so these are normal questions. We start with question 1121. Stands in the name of the honourable member for Sola Tuna Kalba, Honourable Andrew Dare Chiwite. Honourable member, you may ask your question now.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to ask the Minister for the Interior what urgent steps are being taken to curb the activities of Fulani herdsmen whose animals continue to destroy farms and farm produce, thereby posing security threat. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker. The Savannah Regional Security Council, in collaboration with the technical committee of the eminent chiefs established by the Savannah Regional House of Chiefs, have had several or series of discussions with the leadership of the Fulani herdsmen and educated them on the need to take care of their cattle and prevent them from causing damage to people's farms. The rule is that failure to abide by the rules would lead to the ejection of the herdsmen from their lands. That is what the chiefs have put in place now. Right, Honorable Speaker? Though in the past some cattle owners have been charged and put before court, the initiative by the Savannah Regional House of Chiefs to form a technical committee for social cohesion and integrate Fulani herdsmen into the local communities is laudable. The initiative is also supported by the Regional Security Council to avert unnecessary clashes between farmers and herdsmen. The police have meanwhile intensified patrols within the communities to ensure security. Thank you, Mrs.
Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the fact that the Regional Security Council is putting a lot of efforts into curbing these activities. But Mr. Speaker, as we speak, we have very appalling activities of the herdsmen happening in Georgetown, Kuludi along the Black Volta, the Beneyiri Enclave. Even just last week, one of a community member called me from Gentilipe. Farmers had to sleep on their farms. Mr. Speaker, the question is, how can we enforce the plans or the laws put together by this eminent committee to ensure that the law works so that farmers are protected? They have meetings, they have plans, they have all these things in place, yet farmers have to sleep on their farms to protect their farms. How can we ensure that the Fulanis go by the directives of the eminent chiefs? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Right, Honourable Speaker, let me assure the Member of Parliament that if these breaches continue, you should report them to the police, and should you find that there are any delays, draw our attention and we'll get the police to take action. We are not saying that the eminent chief's arrangement is come to grant a kind of immunity to the Fulanis to continue. No. We are saying that we are encouraged by the fact that the chiefs of Savannah are becoming part of the system. Having said that, we would still deal with Fulani herdsmen who cause damage to the farms of farmers. So what I would encourage you to do is report each and every case to the police. And I'm sure that it would also help the chiefs. Because the chiefs have said that if they don't obey the rules, they'll be ejected. They can only be ejected if they are not complying by the rules. So don't be misled by the collaborative effort of the chiefs. We should praise them for that, commend them for that, but continue to report the cases. It is those cases that we will then consult the chiefs on, and then they can then go ahead to apply the sanctions that they have put in place. Thank you.
Yes, any more supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the worry is the herdsmen get the animals onto the farms in the night. And so early morning or the daytime, the farmer goes to the farm and the farm produce are destroyed. You don't meet the animals on the farms, but you see the settlements around. You get there and the farmer tells you, no, those animals were not my animals. And so that is the difficulty. And so my question is, his last statement says that the police have the police have meanwhile intensified patrols within the communities to ensure security. The patrols is within the communities, but the activities are committed on the farms. You get to the farms, you are not able to identify the particular animals that have gone to destroy your farm. So if we are not careful, farmers would take the laws into their own hands and start attacking Fulani anyhow. And so I don't know how or what plans we can put in place to ensure that we don't have these things happening. Because you don't meet the Fulani man on the farm with the animals. So, Honourable Minister, I have a difficulty. What can we do to control this? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have said time without number that security is a collaborative effort and we need the support of the citizenry. If our people in the area have realized that these breaches occur at night, then you don't have to wait until morning. We could, with the concept of neighborhood, committees, help us identify who have done it. In any case, even if you do not find the person and you report to the police can, by their investigations, tell the Fulani group that is within that area. But please don't take the law into your own hands. Yes, the patrols are going to be on motorbikes and they are going to go by routes. But you and I know in our areas that the farms are deep and some of the places are not necessarily accessible by the motorbikes. We need to assist the police. And the only way we can do so is let people watch out for these events. There's no other way we can do it. So we shouldn't go and oversleep in the night and then get up the next day and be weeping. Let us see how we can put some of our young people to actually track this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The last supplementary.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, going forward, is it possible we encourage the chiefs, or as a government, we demarcate areas for activities of herdsmen, for grazing, so that we have specific areas for that, so that they don't settle amongst to have their animals destroy farm produce? Is it possible for us to look at it that way? Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, it is possible to do so, but it's something that you can handle at the respect level, especially now that you have the chiefs who have also come forward. You can consult the chiefs and agree on these demarcations. But it does not mean that when you agree on the demarcations, they are going to 100% comply by the demarcations. The cattle will move at one time or the other. So we still have to be vigilant and help. For instance, if you think that cattle come around the farms by the evening, you report immediately. The police will do something about it. But if you go to sleep, they will still come and attack. So it's possible. But what I'm saying is that we should not think that once we have agreed on the demarcations, they are going to abide by that if we don't check them. So I would certainly encourage you that once you engage with the RESEC and these chiefs who have come up so well, you still have to be vigilant and give the police information on those who breach the law.
Well, honorable members, if I may hazard these ideas too. One, the herdsmen are not all Fulanis. That's the first point. So the reference always to the herdsmen as Fulani herdsmen is incorrect. They are not all Fulanis. So take that into consideration. Two, the communities should be able to welcome the herdsmen and incorporate them into the communities and not allow them to stay in settlements separate from the communities. When you embrace them into the communities and live with them, you get to understand the herdsmen better and also get to know the movements of the herdsmen and the cattle. The third one is that every cattle must be numbered and certified before the cow is sold or killed or transported. They must get a certificate. These are practiced in Burkina and the rest. And so I've been a victim of these things. So I stopped dealing in cattle for some time now. Because you can have 300, 400, and one night to get up. You can't trace one. Okay? But the reference always to Fulani. It's not only Fulanis. There are other tribes, and including the locals who are involved in this matter. So please, let's take that on board. And I'm sure those on the ground are aware of all these things. But let's try, with the collaboration of all stakeholders, led by government with policy, to implement these things. If not, animal husbandry is dying in the north. The north, that is up to Bono, Ahafo, and all those things. Nobody is not interested in rearing animals. My good brothers and sisters from Bolga area used to live with the cattle in their houses. Now they are not doing so. I don't know whether Honorable Isaac Adongo is still living with his cattle, but these days they don't do it. Or you are still practicing that? You are still living with your cattle? Ah, okay. You see, so no Fulani man can go and take it away. So please incorporate them. Honorable Chiwite, I think it's something that we should all try to implement. With this, we can move to the next question. Question number 1335. And question number 1335 stands in the name of the honorable member for Atebubu Amanten, Honorable Sanja Nanja. Honorable member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the permission. I rise to ask the Minister for Interior what concrete policy measures the ministry or government is putting in place to permanently curb or reduce to the barest minimum the increasing highway robbery in the eastern corridor of the Bunu East region.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the police administration has since 2021 deployed both plain clothes, and uniform personnel from the National Counter-Terrorism Unit, National SWAT, Bono Regional Rapid Force, and Bono East Regional Operations Unit to augment the strength of the local police within the Atebubu and Yeji divisions to combat armed robbery in these areas. The police also carry out operations such as highway escort and patrol duties in communities such as Sawaba to Yeji, Prang, Bankama, Zambarama, Abiesi Prang, and Yeji to the road Bolga in Kwanta. These operations have become permanent, have significantly led to a reduction in robberies of these communities and highways. So, Member of Parliament, we've been specially monitoring, and I can tell you that the armed robberies in your areas have gone down. Now, where we have is Wasa Akopong that we are tackling, but we have put this arrangement permanently in place to make sure that Tinubu is safer. Thank you.
Honorable Member, any supplementary? Yes, please. Thank you, Minister. I do appreciate and commend the ministry and the police administration for what they are doing. But the fact is that upon all these things, it is still occurring. Just the day before yesterday, between Atobu and Kwame Danso, a woman lost her life as a result of an armed robbery attack. So my question is, what would be the permanent government policy to curb a conscious government policy to curb this unfortunate situation that is reoccurring almost every year?
But you do know that the settlement issue is also a contentious issue in court, because the former minister Atacha had said that some mismanagement and misappropriation of funds happened under the NDC administration, and they were trying to reconcile the figures, and so that matter is still in court. Don't you think that that could be a reason why they do not want to put in money to complete the Saglame project?
I think that you have even put the matter into proper perspective. Reasonably, why do you sell a subject matter that is being contested in court?
Okay.
So when court finishes its proceedings, proceedings, I should say, and comes out with a verdict that what is his name? The then minister of Collins Dawda, because he is the victim of circumstance now. Yes. If government should say that Collins Dawda, is culpable or misappropriated the funds that were given to him, and so he should be arrested or whatever, and Sagleme by that time is sold, what will be the evidence that will be tendered in court?
Okay.
By then the private developer would have developed afar. And so the state at which Collins Dawda may have left the affordable housing unit cannot be the same exhibit that will be tendered in court.
Okay.
So the point is that it is even in court. So you would have waited until the court comes out with its final submission, so like verdict. Then we can say that this is the true position of the court. So henceforth, this is the directive of the court.
Okay.
But you see, in as much as I believe in some justices in our country, I don't even believe wholly in our justice system. And as youth and as leaders of now, because we are not leaders of future, we are leaders of now, we need to take a keen interest in how our court is like reconfigured. Our judges and judiciary is reconfigured. You can't have a situation when a certain president keeps packing the court and journalists are silent. The president keeps packing the court and the chief justice smiles. The president keeps packing the court and parliament hasn't called anybody. The president keeps packing the court. You know that there's no cap if like ceiling to how many people should be called to be Supreme Court justices, if like justices of the appellate courts, resonating through all the other court ranks and so forth and so on. So chances are that on this matter, because it is government position to want to sell Sagleme. I'm not saying, because that would be prejudice to conclude that will be a determination of the court, or that will be the verdict the court will come out with. But based on some precedent, a historical antecedent, you understand, I can conclude without any fallacy or hasty generalization that chances are that if this matter should even finish in courts, the government can even be given the go-ahead to sell Sagleme. By then, where will we be standing? We have sold almost all the very important things in our nation. Now, we have sold Ghana Airways. It's now a choba. It's not a restaurant, a choba. We have sold the Black Star Line. We have sold Ghana's drill ship. Almost all the important is Ghana Telecom is now Vodafone and whatnot. Are we sitting down to see Sagleme also die like all those properties of the nation? Now, what has the government added to the facilities already built, especially at a time when there's a 1.8 million housing deficit in our nation? So, my brother, we are not leaving this to chance at all. And this is not the normal MPP and DC youth matter. They go behind MPP, they go behind this, and the matter die on the way. No, they can't sell Sagleme. Not because they don't have the authority, but because Article 1 Clause 1 of the 1992 Constitution says that sovereignty lies in the people. Power emanate from the people. We are the people. We gave them the people. They are living on our proxy. They dare not sell Sagleme.
Okay.
They will sell it even to themselves.
You want Ghanaians to have a place to lay their heads.
Exactly.
How do you care in what form and shape it comes, whether it's a private developer, whether it's from government? Why do you care that it should come from the government? Government has proven over the years that it's really incompetent in terms of the housing issue. The likes of SNET, the likes of Greta, they've done some amazing work in terms of, building a lot of these housing units. Why can't a private developer help in that regard?
So I think that your question will help us clear the doubt, if like ambiguity, of somebody thinking that we are against any private developer making ends meet. Of course. We also have family members who may have entered into other fields of endeavors, maybe including but not limited to real estate.
Right.
So that if this private developer seeking to buy Sagleme, for instance, is my uncle, somebody will say that wouldn't you be joyous that the proceeds definitely will come home to take care of the family and all those ones. So the argument must first be drawn and put on record that Team Sagleme in its entirety is not against the progress of any and every private developer, especially when most of these private developers are Ghanaians. Of course, when they get the returns, it will not be repatriated.
Yes.
To be used in engaging, if like companies that will give even jobs to the youth and all those ones. Only that we are against a certain principle that is being broken. And I earlier indicated that the foundation of contracting that $200 million loan was to build affordable housing unit. And premium, my brother, must be placed on the word affordability.
Even that is subjective. Many have said that it was not going to be affordable anyway.
Exactly. So I did the maths that even if government is selling, it's not too affordable.
Yes.
So when a private-oriented businessman comes in, won't it even defeat the purpose the more?
Maybe government is willing to write off half of the loan and said, okay, we are going to take 100 million instead of the 200 million we invested into. So the investor...
The loan that we have contracted, that we are paying interest already?
It's a bad debt. It's bad debt. Sometimes you do business
like
and
you are going to
bad.
China to cancel your debt.
Exactly.
As if they did not fight for their own nation.
Exactly. Maybe that is the arrangement.
No. So those are assumptions Those are assumptions that we can make. But I think that we will belabor the point if we conclude that maybe we are against some private developers somewhere or not. But what we are against is that, or if you like, what we are for is that government contracted a loan for a purpose. Because if the foundation was not built on affordability, chances are that Parliament wouldn't have approved the law.
That I agree.
So
maybe, and chances are that the chiefs would not have given the
exactly.
Land.
So Parliament approved the loans based on that purpose. We can even say that we have contracted the loans. The interest will be borne by the ordinary citizens of this nation. And that we are deciding that we are giving the whole affordable housing unit to the military or to the security services. They protect us in this nation. That they should not even pay a dime, or if like as mortgages. We may lose in the short run, but in the long run, it will help us. So we must rather venture into a more productive arena than just wanting the easy side of life almost all the time. It's difficult. There are challenges with Saglemi.
Now,
back canocre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you can see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted an instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
This is how my friends surprised me for my bachelorette party. Hi guys, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. It's me, Stella Chanelli, and we are back again, Charlie. I hope you're doing well. How have you been? Let me know in the comment section. If you're seeing this face for the first time, my name is Stella Chanelli and I do travel related videos. We are in February, the month of love, and I promised that I was going to be sharing my wedding and my engagement videos. So that is why I am here. Today we're going to be talking about my bachelorette party. It was actually a surprise bachelorette party, just like a mini party for yourself before you become someone's wife. I got there and this happened. because I was preparing for my wedding. And my best friend, which is my maid of honor, called me and she was like, oh, she wants me to take her somewhere. And I'm like, I'm so tired. But I'm like, okay, don't worry, I'll still try and make it. Then she was like, oh, I should look good. It's now a thing that if you're getting married in Ghana, your friends come together to do like a mini party for you before your wedding. I used to tell my friend how I appreciated sit and paint kind of vibe. So I think she knew, and she's like, why not organize this for Stella? I mean, everybody knows me. I would attend. Once I know you, once you're my friend and you invite me for a program, I would definitely attend. Brides have a choice to do it themselves, like a surprise. Not like a surprise, since you're doing it yourself, it's just like a party for yourself together with your friends. So my friend went the extra mile to get me a beautiful dress and also to book a makeup artist. Take that through. Oh, thank you so much. Hi, Jessica.
We've been roommates throughout university. So yeah, since the first day we stepped foot in the school, we've been together till like the last day.
Oh,
I've
known Kafu since 2013.
Wow. You smile. Oh. So I got there and everything was there. There was food, there was drinks, all my favorite people were there. I was so happy and I was very surprised. I was surprised because of the people I saw there, number one. And I was surprised because, you know, usually, like girlfriends usually like to do a bachelorette party like a week before your wedding. But they did it like 2 weeks prior to the date. So I was like, how long did you guys plan this? And it was well executed. Shout out to my friend Stella. I really love her. She's also Stella. If you see her in town, please give her a shout out. Tell her she's the real MVP. Thank you so much. So they did like a sip and paint on the floor, like a garden in the room, sort of. It was beautiful. And there were canvases to paint. There were enough drinks, food. It's such a memorable experience, and I encourage everyone, try and at least have a bachelorette party before your day, because that's the last time you'll probably see everyone in one room. And since I got married, I haven't even seen like all of them together. Like say, I'll meet Jessica, I'll meet Millie, I'll meet Enyonam, everybody together. So that was like a reunion for me, and I really appreciate that for my friends. Shout out to you all. Thank you so much. So yeah, this is how it went. I was so shocked because prior to that, when I was in Accra, I met Loretta because Loretta's friend was also getting married, and so she was also buying some stuff in Accra. I met her there, and guess what? She didn't tell me anything. So when I came there and I'm like, I saw Lori, I was like, Lori, I saw you today. But yeah, the experience was beautiful, and this is how it went. It was such an amazing time. Yeah, thank you so much for watching this video. I can't wait to bring you the engagement video on Sunday and the wedding video the following week. I hope you enjoy watching this video. Let me know in the comment section if it's something you wish for yourself. If you don't have friends, would you do your own bachelorette? Let me know in the comment section.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
1438. And the question stands in the name of a member for Bamboy, Honorable Yusuf Suleimana. Honorable member, you have the floor now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what measures the ministry has put in place to reduce the crime rates in the Bole district.
Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Bole district in the Savannah region has a long stretch of road from Bamboy through Bole, which also stretches to the west, the Black Volta bordering Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. The location of the district makes it possible to receive police support from both the Savannah region and the Upper West region. To reduce crime in the district command has put in place measures such as mounting checkpoints and embarking on visible patrols along the major roads in the district, such as Bamboy to Banda in Kwanta Road, Bamboy in Kwanta Tinga Road, Tinga Bole, to curb the crime rate. Right, Honorable Speaker, logistics such as vehicles for patrols in the district would be increased and more personnel posted to the district to beef up police operations in order to ensure adequate security in the district. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Yusuf, any supplementary question?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, in paragraph 3 of the minister's answer, he made mention of the need for some logistics to be supplied as well as personnel to be posted to the districts. Indeed, last year I wrote a letter to his office requesting for these facilities and these logistics. I want to know when specifically we should expect to receive these items, because it's very important. That's the only way for me that we are able to reduce crime in the area. So when? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanukre. Susu San Quine, be a one ton and be a man in quite bebre.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pipoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
we do together so that the honorable member won't call me here again. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Speaker, even before I go to my next supplementary question, let me thank my brother for the answer. And what he didn't add when he was talking about his familiarity to the area is that he lived in Bole before. So he's part of
Honorable Member, let me take you a supplementary question.
Mr. Speaker, because I'm happy, I just want to add that to it. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the minister. He agreed with me that even though we are able to get people from Savannah region as well as the Upper West region to help in patrolling, last year we lost Lawyer Richard on that same stretch. On that same stretch, even though we have these two groups of people coming to help, we still lost this very important person and many other people in that area. The indication I have is that sometimes fuel becomes a problem, and so they are not able to do effective monitoring. How do we resolve this problem, Mr. Minister? Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me acknowledge the very painful losses of lives along that road. A number of people, including this young lawyer who was killed there. and to say that, in fact, the group of police that came onto the scene were neither from Upper West nor Savannah. That was because the police had these special groups that were going around trying to fill in the gaps. So yes, we do take note of that. As far as fuel
Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With the send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
I lose my breath whenever I see you. You stole my heart, what is it that you do? My life was great till you added colors.
Wakago! Amen! I'm going to watch it. Let me see. Nunco Kaito say, Tomo Yoko he, Gasembo Gas, fine boy, hallelujah. He has given me victory. He has given me victory. Hallelujah.
I say, but the flowers you no buy any flowers are Cofodia flowers in a no buy any so 1 penny sapine. Or this any man you know, a buy, not person beside will say. Tanya mano, Yana, Roku eh.
Still we go and
Wakago! Amen! Go!
I go and watch one brand.
Wake ago.
Amen!
Hallelujah!
Amen!
Ekatamisa wunyuma esifa obiamba wunyamie
wayemye edaso
erade Tina Merenda wase Yehovah.
We give you all the praise, all the glory and honor. This morning, your people have gathered because of what you instituted from the very beginning. We bless your name for what you are prepared to do in our midst this hour. In Jesus' name, amen.
From KL, keep loving me. Hallelujah. Amen.
Kaje yo wa dromo kwe na meji wo. E dromo ni shikanye he. E dromo ni hefo ko nyafe. E dromo ni mokomoko he wale ko nyafe he no kwe. Yo kwe dro wo lebi ni. E won gbe keke ni dromo. Hallelujah.
Ya mama kwa ba o. Why you had you to move? Oh, eba munyina akwa ba.
Yo. Romita manu emi romita manu.
Hallelujah. Amen.
Kenya na onmene swane lebi na enyesiane. Woje gbugbula pe wonyi. Wo ba siane no ba yeyo. Wo ka ha wo binu. Hallelujah. Uso me mo. Eya wona uso me mo. Uso me mo ah. Eya wona uso me mo. Ah, sawa so me mo. Anka meyedeng ore. They who tread the path of labor, follow where his feet have trod. They who work without complaining, do the holy will of God. Nevermore thou may you seek me, for I am with you everywhere. Raise the stone that shall find me, cleave the wood, and I am there. Amen.
Amen.
Mabiake dana baya no mo fe mo ke wo solemum. Ejake mokono ye lebi, mokono ye shwane, mokono ye gbeke. Mokono poka nyonten, o lebe no nomba. Meneke bi e bakashi habu. No bata Stella kenino shishin, nyanyu ke wo solemumi. Bonke sono, you are bani fe afifa.
Baya, oni kita won kokoko. Ena me so maje. Enti mo mpire won.
Okanya twanya nya ka akpelo.
Everybody shower no.
Now what's the Sammy Shepherd? What's the Sammy Ding? Ediano straight forward. They say Romano out. Ete me pa mini Stella. Now why me say Nike Irade. Yeah. I have a Bible. Bible. It kept basic information before living it. The Bible contains the mind of God, the state of man, the way of salvation, the doom of sinners, and the happiness of believers. I have a hymn book. Shika your neck beyond come a chaplamo ne wali or chwini. Biantone no young macho a bomo. Eba what thing. Eke au. Minto ma just like a knee. Minubaki. So yanko panka so besrawa. Inkanko biso nipa. Kabeka said debi. Won't kwa woniwa. And so then I will bo. Or did share then and about new Nansu we dear debi. Only obi any meeting yo. Only obi any konye say that. Unya meka. Wale mameko meko 365. Wakeda ne chaki. Eka repeat mama. Hallelujah. Ale ekola. Ekola kangma service to marriage. Achile keke lala kechio. Down the way when the nights again. When the sun shines daily on the top. I took a trip on a sailing ship. When I reached Jamaica, I made a stop. But I'm south to sea. I'm on my way. We'll be back for many a day. My heart is down. My head is turning around. I have to leave a little girl in Kingston Town. When I let down, I let whiskey. It will in safety keep you. I let gin. It can get in now. Logo that's near. I let wine. It can wait till next exit. I let fun take for all nonsense. Take almighty. Now be na le malt. It can mothers are 11 teachers. I let beer. It can best engagement ends right. I let club. It can come let us booze. I let style. It can sit together and romance. Now be na le Guinness. It can guys under investigation. It's nothing except strong security. I can be a fake be young. You know na feel niche. Hallelujah. That's any chair. Yes, some of us some okay. No na menu. It's like a call club no pair. Keke Methodist be me shame. It's like a Methodist no club no club. Ela penny laji. I am weak. Oh, but thou art mighty. Oh,
thou powerful.
Keke call what Guinness said no pair. Keke press be fake yeah. It's like a press be no Guinness there no Guinness there no Guinness there. Labi laji. Ebeneza yo. Nyamia boya na bo. Drew ye. Beneza yo nyame na domarawa. Keke call what wine no pair. Anglican ke Roman so much me fair budin. Father egbe mass na. Eke nya ba wo solia. No mo fem no yo bi ene. Kapa ono yemi. Shabirabi de papa shabarabade shabirabi akunta. Oh yeah. Okunta ke oyura don. Eke ngmene e daboshin. O fata don na fe e analo. Ni ma joye.
Who is this king of glory? Yes, we're connect.
The money, come me money. When you need some money, you guys got Mr. Money. They don't they on you, them acting funny. Them no say it no easy to get the money. When you hear the bag, Sarafina, you dey feel am. Oh, I may be the striker, them be keeper. So I dey feed them on their lover. For their arena, then they feel am. Kilo so go. you are calling pom pom pom. Kilo jet pom 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 3 pom 3 pom. 10 girls tonight I won't come. I say no play tonight I want some. Oh yeah, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Oh yeah.
Hallelujah. Kele motumi no bla nuwe ni money hani kenye woko. Nyanyo. How 364.
Kilo jet pom pom 3 pom 10 girls tonight I won't come.
Okay, to say tomo yoko here. Eke sembo gas. Oh, fine boy.
We are taking the girls away.
Are you ready?
Yeah. Explain to order and you one you every day but you every day but you explain to order and you only one you every day but you every day but you
Tomo Spanish guitar. Aoni ofata yeko no wo. Engbe gbele mene ma chua me ma mi e. Onim chrome. Yo efe ni domoshie efe tomo blow nya cake. Ne jo ne ba ne efe ni bi keni ngoson ni ke nsikanke fe vavu. Tita oh boy radon.
I say obeti flowers you no buy na eyewa. Fofo de flowers na efe. No buy no so wan pa ni sapan. Odi sa ni o menyi na e buy na person bisa wo se. Tani o ma no yanyi ana.
Patro I.
Ya anti ni ye. Yanyi.
Moroku A.
When you looking at me, please don't stop. I'm a demand that you need ASAP. I'm a DVI you need full stop. All you haters so me can rap. So I mean don't. And I'm a wanna give you full pressure. Every me I make them do your shine.
He has put gladness and joy into this place. Hallelujah. What I'm holding in my hands is not flat. It's round. It starts from one point round. It comes and start again. It's a continuous love. A love that never fails. That never presents itself selfish. The love that never gives up. That is the love that he has.
In everything I want the more. I do adore and I go.
I want to tell you today is that going to be a good husband to you. I'm going to make you happy, to love you every single day of my life. Vous voulez que je parle français, non? Bon, donc je vais parler un peu français. Je vais te dire que tu es mon amour. Je t'aime à jamais. Tout ce que tu veux, tu sais, on va le faire ensemble jusqu'au... Je serai toujours avec toi. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Amen.
My dear Papa, go on and fatao. Hey, Shira, Waliam, ready, member, and in your Mapamra. Amen.
Peniso one man only say, Miniko,
Did you hear your heartbeat? Eh? Hey, so soon? Oh, I thought it came on.
Yeah. Yeah. Oui, yeah. If I know love exists, they make my heart beat.
man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Other developments that I believe you have seen in news bulletin or on social media. But today the minister is here to give us specific updates on the work that the ministry has done in those regards. But before I yield to the Honorable Minister, kindly permit me to take you through some dignitaries who are with us this morning. Then we will invite the minister for his presentation. I would like to acknowledge all directors and technical staff from the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. The following dignitaries are also here with us. The Administrator, Office of Administrator of Stool Lands, Mrs. Mame Ama Edumazi Akwa. We are also joined by the Coordinator for National Alternative Livelihood Program, Dr. Louise Carol Sewadonko. Also with us is the advisor on mines to the Honorable Minister, Honorable Benaye. We also have with us the CEO of Forestry Commission, Mr. John Alote. Also with us is the CEO of Minerals Commission, Mr. Martin Aisi. We are also joined this morning by the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, responsible for lands and forestry, and Member of Parliament for Achema Mwebieja North Constituency, Honorable Benito Owusu-Biu. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the Minister himself, Honorable Samuel Abujinapo, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Okay, so thank you so much for joining us. Without wasting much time, I will invite Honorable Minister to address us.
Our hard-working Deputy Minister for Information, my dependable Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, who is responsible for lands and forestry, heads of the various agencies under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, I want, as always, to thank the Ministry of Information for providing us with a platform to inform the good people of Ghana about the policies and programs being implemented in support of the vision of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to bring the much-needed development to our people. As I did last year, I will update you on developments in the lands and natural resources sector of our country under three broad themes, namely mining, forestry, and land. And in so doing, I will present an update on the work of the various agencies and projects under the ministry. I will begin with mining. Development in the mining sector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mining continues to be one of the main pillars of our economy. The sector retains its position as a leading source of export revenue. Export receipts in 2022 alone gave us some $6.6 billion in respect of gold. Following significant investment in exploration, 4 new large-scale mining operations will start production within the next 2.5 years. There are also significant investments in the redevelopment and expansion of existing mines. After reviving the Obuasi mines in 2019, the Bibiani mine, which had been dormant for 7 years, has also been revived, and production started in October last year. These investments will result in a significant increase in our mineral production and government revenue. To promote more investment in the sector, we are currently undertaking a general review of the mining policy adopted in 2014 and the Minerals and Mining Act, which was passed in 2006, to align them with current developments in the mining industry, local content and local participation. As part of measures to promote job creation in the mining industry through the use of local expertise, the Minerals Commission last year increased the items on the local procurement list of goods and services reserved for Ghanaians from 29 to 41, and this year the number has again been increased to 50. The new additions include the provision of medical services at mine sites, construction and management of tailing storage facilities, assaying and motor rewinding. We have also increased the provision of financial, insurance, and reinsurance services reserved for Ghanaians from 20% to a minimum of 60%. The provision of these goods and services by Ghanaians will ensure that we retain here in our country some $3 billion annually, which will otherwise have been exported. Value addition. Discussions are ongoing with Rand Refinery of South Africa, a London Bullion Marketing Association LBMA referee, to secure LBMA certification to enable us easily export and trade our refined gold on the international market. PMMC's jewelry subsidiary is now able to produce gold tablets, engrave and plate jewelry, and this will be a major boost for our work. The plan going forward is to establish a gold souk, a marketplace for manufacturing and marketing of gold articles here in Accra. The implementation of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation GHADEX 4 project agenda is on course. Drilling and mineral resource estimation on 2 hills in Awaso under Project 1 will soon commence. To expand the existing mine, a significant amount of work has been done on the other 3 projects. Mineral resource estimation for iron ore is also underway at the Akwafo deposit to determine its tonnage, grade, and value. Diversification of mineral resource base. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ghana Geological Survey Authority continues to intensify limestone exploration activities in the Mamprusi West District of the Northeast region to develop limestone mines to feed the cement industry. Over 3,000 acres of land has been identified as suitable for clinker production. The authority has also identified and evaluated over 1,275 metric tons of clay resources at Asin Fosu and its environs in the Asin North and Central districts of the Central region, suitable for the production of high-quality acid crucibles, bricks, tiles, and electrical porcelain. Regulation of small-scale mining. Ladies and gentlemen, to support the small-scale mining subsector, last year, government reduced withholding tax on unprocessed gold by small-scale miners, which was introduced in 2015, from 3% to 1.5%. This has resulted in a massive increment in gold exports from small-scale mining, from 3,429.91 kilograms in 2021 to 22,158.25 kilograms in 2022. That is about 600% increment. The ministry continues to implement its 2-pronged approach of law enforcement and reformation to deal with illegal small-scale mining. Thus, river bodies remain red zones for mining, while recognizant prospecting and/or exploration in forest reserves continue to be suspended, except in exceptional circumstances. 5 speed boats have been procured to patrol our river bodies. We are also implementing the Minerals and Mineral Operations Tracking of Earth-Moving and Mining Equipment Regulations 2020, LI 2404, and we expect to track some 4,000 excavators and other earth-moving equipment. So far, a control room has been established at the Minerals Commission headquarters, and 75 excavators at various mine sites have been installed with tracking devices. We continue to promote responsible small-scale mining through community mining schemes. Last year, 14 of these schemes were commissioned, and last month, I commissioned the first community mining for the year in Bongoso in the Bongo district of the Upper East region. In the coming days, new community mining schemes will be commissioned in Bole in the Savannah region, Wa in the Upper West region, and Nangruma in the Northeast region. All these schemes are supported with gold catchers to help small-scale miners extract gold from the ore without the use of mercury, thereby being in accord with the Minamata Convention on Mercury. The National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program, which President Akufo-Addo launched in 2021, is also being implemented to provide alternative sources of livelihood to illegal miners. The program employs several youths in the production of seedlings and reclamation of degraded mine lands. Currently, reclamation is ongoing in over 1,000 hectares of degraded lands in Ashanti, Eastern, and Western regions. This year, the apprenticeship, skills training, and entrepreneurship model of the program will be rolled out and is expected to provide training for some 5,000 youth in agriculture, technical, vocational, industrial, and mining skills. These gamut of measures have yielded some positive results, with most of our river bodies visibly clearing up and the turbidity levels improving. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not to suggest that we have rid our country of illegal mining. We have not. As we speak, the cartels involved in these illegalities continue to operate and are finding every means to outwit us. But we will continue to adopt the necessary measures to ensure that we come to grips with this canker. Let me assure the country, on behalf of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, that we will not relent on our efforts in this noble undertaking. Development of mining communities. Ladies and gentlemen, the Minerals Development Fund continues to provide financial resources from mineral royalties for the benefit of mining communities. 21 local management committees, LMCs, have been inaugurated across the country, and 28 projects are being undertaken by these LMCs. In addition to the above, the fund, through its Alternative Livelihood Program, has distributed over 11.6 million hybrid oil palm seedlings to some 48,000 farmers across mining communities in the country. The fund also continues to support research institutions to undertake research into mining and build local capacity for the mining industry. Apieti reconstruction. Following the tragic Apieti incident on 20th January 2022, government committed to reconstruct the community into a modern, green, and sustainable community as a model for rural development in our country. Construction began last year, and the first phase of the project is about 40% complete. This phase includes the construction of 124 housing units made up of 2 to 7 bedroom houses, a school block with sanitary facilities, and the construction of roads within the community. 106 of the housing units and a 6-unit classroom block are at different stages of completion, with some being roofed as we speak. We are hoping to move the victims of this tragic incident from their temporary accommodations back to their community before the end of the year. The recommendations of the Health and Safety Committee, established after the incident, chaired by the Vice-Chancellor of George Park Grant University of Mines and Technology, UMAT, Professor Richard Amankwa, are also being implemented and has led to a lot of reforms in the sector. A comprehensive review of the regulations on explosives, the Minerals and Mining Explosives Regulations 2012, LI 2177, has also been completed and will soon be laid before Parliament. The forestry sector, forest protection and enhancement. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our timber and timber products export increased significantly from 302,183.04 cubic meters in 2021 to 343,440.081 cubic meters in 2022, representing an increase of 13.65%. This generated a total amount of 153,861,837 euros and 67 cents. To protect our forest resources, recognizance, prospecting, and/or exploration activities in forest reserves continue to be suspended, except in exceptional circumstances, and the harvesting, salvaging, trading, exporting, and importing of rosewood, as well as the issuance of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species and Wild Fauna and Flora, CITES permit for the export of rosewood, continue to be banned. The Forestry Commission, with the support of the Ghana Armed Forces, has cordoned off all forest reserves and wildlife protected areas to rid them of illegal mining and illegal logging. Last year, 212 suspects were arrested by the Rapid Response Team of the Forestry Commission for various forest and wildlife offenses. These suspects are standing trial at the team also seized and/or decommissioned scores of equipment and forest products, including 44,522 assorted lumber, 54 vehicles, and 17 excavators. While protecting the forest, we continued with our aggressive afforestation and reforestation program, including our flagship Green Ghana project. Last year, on the Green Ghana Day, a total of 26,563,607 seedlings were distributed, out of which 24,552,925 seedlings were verified to have been planted. This year, the President of the Republic has decided that we lower the target to 10 million trees. This is to enable us to devote much attention to nurturing the over 30 million trees already planted to ensure that all of them reach maturity. In addition to the Green Ghana project, we are in partnership with the Departments of Parks and Gardens and Urban Roads implementing a Green Streets project, under which we are planting trees in the medians of streets and avenues of major roads in our cities to beautify the cities while contributing to the fight against climate change. The project is currently being implemented in Accra from the Tetekwashi interchange through Shiashi and Oponglo to Legon Presek. It will be scaled up to cover all major roads in Accra and all 16 regional capitals of our country. Under the forest plantation strategy, over 10 million seedlings were produced last year, and a total of 66,355.42 hectares of forest was planted. The Forest Plantation Development Fund, through the Youth in Plantation established as an occupation program, has sponsored 75 unemployed graduates to go into forest plantation. Over 375 hectares of land in forest reserves have been cultivated in Ashanti, Bono, and Bono East regions under this program, with an additional 32 hectares cultivated in off reserves in the Volta and Oti regions. Wildlife protection and ecotourism. Distinguished guests, you will recall that last year I reported that the Forestry Commission has launched an ecotourism handbook to promote ecotourism in our country. This has contributed significantly to increasing the number of visitors to our ecotourism sites and zoological gardens. Despite the Accra Zone being closed for more than 3 months, visits to the various ecotourism sites increased by 59% to 361,505. The new Wildlife Management Bill, which was approved by Cabinet last year, has been laid before Parliament and is expected to be passed before the end of this meeting of Parliament to enhance the protection and management of our wildlife resources. Climate change initiatives. As a respected member of the international community, ladies and gentlemen, we continued the implementation of our various initiatives aimed at halting climate change, including the Ghana Red Plus strategy. I am happy to report that under the Ghana Cocoa Forest Red Plus program, the first model of the Red Plus strategy, which was launched by President Akufo-Addo in 2019, we recorded emission reduction of 972,465 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent for the first accounting period beginning June and December 2019, which has been verified and validated. This has generated resource-based payment of $4,862,280 United States dollars, which we have begun receiving. This makes Ghana the second country in Africa and the third in the world to receive resource-based payment from the Carbon Fund. In recognition of our forest climate change policies, Ghana has been made the co-chair of the Forest and Climate Leadership Partnership, FCLP, a new political forum that brings government and other partners together to implement solutions that help reduce forest loss and land degradation while promoting sustainable development. Forest Investment Program. Distinguished guests, the Forest Investment Program is a mixed grant and loan from the World Bank aimed at, among others, protecting and increasing our forest estate and piloting the viability of contracting commercial loans for plantation development. I'm happy to announce that Parliament has ratified the on-lending agreement for the disbursement of $7 million United States dollars to support small to medium-scale plantation development and stimulate private sector investment in commercial forest plantation. Some 85,000 hectares of forest will be planted under this program through private participation in forest plantation. Members of the media are invited and welcome to participate. Land sector. Implementation of the Land Act. Distinguished guests, the Lands Commission continued public education and implementation of this act, including stakeholder engagements with traditional authorities, religious bodies, corporate entities, and among others. In furtherance of this, a national land conference was held in December last year to, among others, increase public awareness and potential benefits of Act 1036, foster high-level support and ownership of interventions to tackle land governance, and to empower and develop capacities of land sector stakeholders. A multi-stakeholder platform is being established with a secretariat at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources to implement the recommendations of the conference. Preparations are also underway for the development of various legislative instruments to ensure the efficient implementation of the Act, and they are expected to be completed by the third quarter of this year. Digitalization of land administration services. In addition to the online portal, which enables clients to access selected services online, the 6 regional offices of the 6 new regions, namely Ahafo, Bono East, Northeast, Oti, Savannah, and Western North, operate fully digital. Plans are far advanced to engage a private partner through a public-private partnership to deliver a holistic digitalization of land administration. The technical documents are currently being reviewed by the Ministry of Finance, and we are hopeful that we'll secure the necessary approvals to commence this all-important initiative this year. Protection of public lands. Ladies and gentlemen, the Lands Commission, in collaboration with the Ghana Police Service, has undertaken a number of operations to recover encroached public lands. The Commission is also working with the Ghana Police Service to provide protection for all public lands and prevent them from further encroachment. We are also engaging ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies, to take steps to protect lands acquired for their use or which fall within the jurisdiction of the assemblies in accordance with Section 236 of Act 1036. Infrastructure development. The construction of the 7-story Lands Commission head office is about 85% complete and is expected to be completed and handed over by the end of this year. Phase 2 of the Greater Accra Regional Office is also expected to be completed by the end of the third quarter of this year. Construction of the Tema District Office Complex commenced in February 2022, and the first phase is expected to be completed by the end of the first quarter of this year. Jubilee City. Government has decided to redevelop the 80 acres of land around the Kotoka International Airport, stretching from the Stambik Heights through Driver and Vehicle Licensing Authority Regional Office to the Ministry of Defense into a modern commercial hub. Agencies located within the enclave including the Ghana Police Service, DVLA, Ghana Airport Company Limited, and the Ghana Meteorological Agency, are being relocated to Kwabenya, close to the Ghana Atomic Energy Commission. A 504 1 and 2 bedroom self-contained housing units with a school complex, a clinic, and a recreational area with a standby generator has been constructed for the Ghana Police Service. This edifice is about 95% complete and is expected to be handed over by the end of next month. A modern DVLA office complex, accommodation for Ghana Airport Company Limited and the Ghana Meteorological Agency, as well as a workshop complex for the Ghana Police Service, is also being constructed at Boshe, around the same area. This will pave way for the movement of all the agencies located within the Jubilee City enclave for the redevelopment to commence. Stool Land Administration. Ladies and gentlemen, the Office of the Administrator of Stool Lands, in accordance with Article 267 of our National Constitution, mobilized and disbursed a total of 125 million Ghana cedis to the stated beneficiaries and facilitated the establishment of 4 customary land secretariats in the northern, eastern, and greater Accra region. As part of government digitalization agenda, the office, with the support of the German International Corporation, GIZ, has developed an OASL revenue application, OASL Ref app, to support the collection of stool land revenue. Staff in all 9 operational regions of the office have been trained and are using the app for data collection, billing, and payments. Boundary protection. The Ghana Boundary Commission has completed the construction of a land boundary terminus, Pillar 1, on the Ghana-Togo border, and paves way for us this year to commence the second phase of the boundary delineation. Land boundary reaffirmation exercises with Côte d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso also continue unabated. To build and enhance the capacities of stakeholders in relevant maritime frameworks and laws, as well as maritime boundary dispute preemption and resolution, the Commission will, this year, hold an international conference on, quote, maritime boundaries and international law in Africa, end quote. This will help littoral African countries, including our neighbors, to gain an understanding of maritime frameworks and laws that govern the maritime space globally to ensure the proper exploration and management of marine resources. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Honorable Deputy Minister for Information, my able Deputy Minister, members of the press, distinguished guests, these are some of the highlights of developments in the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. We understand that the resources we have been entrusted to manage are for the people of Ghana, and our duty is a fiduciary one, which requires us to responsibly and intelligently ensure that Ghanaians benefit from them. Honorable Deputy Ministers, friends from the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you and the good people of Ghana that government, under the distinguished and outstanding leadership of the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, will continue to adopt and implement policies necessary for the effective protection, preservation, management, and utilization of the lands and natural resources of our country for the benefit of the Ghanaian people, the owners of these resources. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for that insightful presentation. Seriously, when Minister started speaking, I was interested in the money part. And the moment he mentioned that mining exports is giving the country as much as $6.6 billion US, I said, oh, then let us really support this ministry to do well, because if they make it, Ghana will make it definitely. So it's so impressive to note that I don't think anyone at your ministry gets to sleep, because this has been a marathon of all the wonderful things that you are doing at the ministry. But a few things of the many wonderful things you said, which I believe are of interest to Ghanaians who are watching us from their various homes, has to do with the LBM certification that you are trying to get so that we can refine and export gold on the international markets. I believe that summarizes what this government means by Ghana Beyond Aid. If we can add value to whatever we have in this country and export, then of course we will create more opportunities within the value chain and also make a lot of income for our country. Minister also mentioned another interesting point which has to do with reclamation of degraded lands. He mentioned that in Ashanti and Eastern region, over 1,000 hectares of lands which were degraded are being reclaimed. It's also important to note that Minister mentioned that about 11.6 million high-grade palm seedlings have been given as part of the alternative livelihood program so that they will be able to support the communities. And also of particular importance is the reconstruction of the Apiate community. Minister mentioned that when you look at the phase 1, about 40% of work has already been completed, which include housing, schools, and community town roads. Of particular importance is also some developments within the forestry sector. Minister mentioned that the Forestry Commission has arrested some 204 people, have effected 204 arrests for various forestry and wildlife offenses. He also mentioned that Ghana and the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is planting and has planted. I have been part of the Green Ghana project for 2 years in a row. So it's so exciting to hear from Honorable Minister that some 24,552,921 seedlings have already been planted. And as I said, Minister has mentioned so many wonderful things that are happening at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. And these are a few that I can summarize for those who just joined us. I will now yield to friends who are here with us. If you have any question or comments, we will take two sets of questions, 5 in the first round and another 5 in the second round. So let me start from this wing. I can't see any lady's hand. I would have given you the first option, but let me start from those in the front row. So we'll take the first 5 and then go to this one. So let's start from you. Kindly mention your name and affiliation and then proceed to ask your question. Okay. Can you use the microphone, please?
Once again, my name is Izito. I'm with the Business and Financial Times. Well, I think the minister mentioned, you take also acknowledge the importance of the mining sector to the local economy. Quite recently, there's been some back and forth regarding some mining concession in the Western region, where some chiefs from the Zima area have been trading acquisition of one of the local mining companies there. We would like to find from the minister if he is aware of this development and what actually is being done to address this impasse between the chieftaincy and then the registered mining company.
Which company, please?
I think it's Okobeli Mining.
Okay. Thank you for the question.
Yes, my name is Abdelhanan. I work with the GhanaWeb. Minister, I'd like to find out, towards the end of the year, we were due reports regarding the Aisha 1 case. Even before that, there were a number of other nationals who were arrested. I just want to find out from you, what's the updates regarding those particular cases, especially with Aisha 1? And secondly, I also like to find out from you regarding the issues of river guards patrolling our water bodies and the issue of polluted river bodies. What is the updates regarding that? Because quite recently, the Deputy Minister visited the Ankrobia, but 2 days later, we realized that the water situation over there was actually, changing. So I just wanted to brief us on that as well.
Thank you for the question. Please, let's keep the questions maximum at 2.
Yes. Cliff from Ghanaian Times.
Minister, I would want to know where the 4 large mining companies expected to start operation in the next 2 years are located, what type of mining they are going to. Is it underground or surface mining? And also, if possible, you can tell us the shareholding structure of these 4 new mining companies. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. We will take 2 more. So Nana and John.
Good morning, Honorable Minister. My name is Nana Poku from Daily Searchlight. You did mention that Ghana got a whooping $6.6 billion from gold exports. Is it all the money for Ghana, or that? What is our share? If that's the money is not for us, what is our share of that money? And I didn't hear you mention. I want to know how much Ghana got from that money, or if all that money is for Ghana. That's my question. My second question had to do with, you mentioned about Bibiani mines that have been resurrected or revamped to come into being. What is happening to Konongo mines? It's also been in the doldrum for quite a long time now. And then my last question.
Nana, please, 2 questions, please. So that's it's okay. Let's give the opportunity to another person. So I beg you, so please.
So allow me, please. My last question. You didn't mention about the iron deposit in the OT region. The minister was here at that time telling us that very soon Ghana is going to, as it were, mine oil, how do you call it, iron ore or iron in the OT region. What is the status so far?
Thank you, John. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Timothy Nyembe. I work with the Daily Graphic. In the presentation, the minister mentioned that some 4,000 excavators are expected to be tracked, and currently 75 are being tracked. I just want to find out at what point we expect to have all the 4,000 excavators tracked. Then the second question has to do with the Green Ghana Day. Last year, some 24,000 trees, seedlings were planted, but that has been downsized to about 10 million as the minister has presented. And one of the reasons they actually cited is that they want to give the opportunity, or they want to focus more on maintaining those that were planted last year. So I just want to find out, what is the survival rate of trees that were planted last year? If you can update that.
Thank you so much for the questions. We will invite Minister back for his responses and then come to you. So if you just joined us, this press briefing is live on GTV. If you are on Facebook, you can watch it live at Ministry of Information. Okay. So I'll now invite Honorable Minister for his responses, and we'll come back to you.
Yeah, so thank you very much. My friend asked a question about Okobin mining in the western region, I think. Well, the matters have not come before me officially, and so I'm reluctant to make any substantive comment on that. I've also read from the press, as you have, about claims and counterclaims, but nobody is petitioning my office, nobody is drawn my attention officially, and so perhaps the CEO of the Minerals Commission is here. I will take a briefing from him if he has any. But these matters, there are thousands of mining operations going on across our country, and therefore, if the matters are not brought before you officially, or you have exceptional reason to want to find out what is going on, it is always very difficult to make a comment on them. Yeah, thank you. Then Hanan from GH1, am I right? Hanan from GH1 wants to know where we are with Aisha 1. The matter to do with Aisha 1, the prosecution is being waged in a very spirited manner. The Attorney General is taking a personal interest in the prosecution of Aisha 1, and I've been very interested in that as well. I've been to court to witness the proceedings in court, and I can report to you and the country that the prosecution, the state, has called 5 witnesses as we speak, and the prosecution is going to call a 6th witness and then at the next agenda date. And that should tell you that the prosecution is being waged in a very spirited manner. Because as we said from the very beginning, we want to prosecute this matter with the vigor that it requires so that it will serve a clear signal both in the country and outside the country, and particularly the countries where we have most of the troubles when it comes to illegal small-scale mining, that Ghanaian law will be applied and applied to the letter. So be rest assured that the prosecution is being waged and being waged relentlessly. And we are hoping that when it's all said and done, we'll secure a conviction, and therefore justice will be done for the good people of Ghana. So that's the response I can give. The question about river guards, I think we are still in touch, in collaboration or in discussion with the Ghana Armed Forces to determine the framework within which these river guards will be deployed. So it's still work in progress. Polluted water bodies, river bodies, yes. The point I have to make is that, as I've said, the fight against illegal small-scale mining cannot be an event. It's a process. And it is not peculiar to Ghana. It's not peculiar to the mining industry. Everywhere in the world where you have extractive industry, whether the petrochemical industry, whether the minerals industry, whether the fishing industry, wherever, you can check it out. Coming to grips with illegalities in those types of industries will never be an event. It's a process. And you have setbacks, you get improvement, you slow down, and so on and so forth. But I think every Ghanaian who will be, taking some time to check the river bodies of Accra will attest to the fact that there is some improvement. There's no two ways about that. And indeed, the best source of validating that is the records of the Water Resources Commission, which is the government agency responsible for recording the turbidity levels of the river bodies of our country. And the report I have, the information I have, the data I have from the Water Resources Commission suggests that some of our river bodies are improving. The turbidity levels are coming down. Some are getting worse. I mean, I can tell you one place, Prestia, for example. The river at Prestia is quite bad, and myself and my officials are working to be able to have some surge in terms of our operations at Prestia. But the truth is that on all accounts, both from conventional sources, unconventional sources, scientific sources, and scientific sources, it's a fact that the river bodies of our country are improving. Both with the eyes, you look at the river bodies, you see that they are clearing up bit by bit, and also the turbidity levels are coming down. But it's important for me to say, and say so forcefully, that we are not out of the woods yet. We are not suggesting that we have resolved the issues, all the issues of illegal small-scale mining. We haven't. As I speak to you, I'm sure that there are people polluting some river bodies of our country. But as I said in my statement, what is important is that we do not relent. And what is important is that we continue and we pursue our efforts in an atmosphere of integrity and transparency. That is the only way we can get results. And that's the assurance I can give you. Mr. Cliff from Ghanaian Times wants to know which are the large-scale mining companies which are coming on stream. There is Ahafo North, which is Newmont, isn't it? Ahafo North is coming on stream, and that is going to be surface mining. Cardinal Resources in Talensi in the Upper East is in respect of gold. That is actually very much on stream because they are far advanced. They are already building tailings dams and the rest. And I believe that sometime next year they will pour the first gold. Yes. There's also lithium in Enyona, Ewoya, lithium in Ewoya in the Infansiman municipality. That I have to report on with caution because these resources, these lithium resources, these green minerals, lithium, phosphate, cobalt, all of them, we are having a different structure, different arrangement in terms of their exploration. We want to jettison the previous arrangement we had for gold and others where all the minerals were mined and exported in their raw form. And so we are still in negotiations and discussions with the parties involved to find an intelligent arrangement which works for the Ghanaian people, which ensures that we retain as much as possible the highest end of the value chain here in Ghana. So that is number 3. The fourth and final one is Azuma Resources in Nadoli Kalio in the Upper West region, which is in the Upper West region, which is in respect of gold. So that would be the answer for that. There is Nana Kojo of Searchlight. Nana Poku. Okay, Nana Poku of Searchlight, sorry. Nana Poku of Searchlight, who wants to know about export receipts. I think we can provide you with the specific breakdowns, but on top of my head, I do know that about $1 billion is in respect of taxes, and about $3 billion is in respect of local content. So, give and take, almost $4 billion is being retained here in Ghana. By all means, we can do better, and we are working to improve the situation so that much of the value of our mining industry will be retained here in Ghana. You also wanted to know where we are with Konongo mine, Mr. CEO. Okay. So the CEO is just reporting that it's an old mine and exploration is ongoing to beef up the reserve so that the mining operation can take off. Yes, but I agree with you, and I appreciate your sentiment and your motivation for asking the question. We need to get that mine going, just as we've done for Obuasi, and as you see, Obuasi is doing very well. Obuasi is contributing to the national economy. It's employing a lot of citizens, indigenes of the Obuasi enclave. BBNE has been revived. BBNE was under care and maintenance for 7 years, as you may know, and yet we got it revived in 2021, last 2 years. And as I speak to you, last year in October, they poured their first gold. So the people of BBNE are getting employment and getting a living. And also, the mining company is now contributing to national revenue and therefore national economic development. So by all means, we need to get Konongo mine running again. Iron ore, mineral resource estimation have been done in various parts of the country, Akpafo, Oti region, and several other places. So that is where we are with that. And I think finally, a question from Timothy, my good friend Timothy from Graphic, and tracking of excavators. The plan is to track all the 4,000 excavators by the end of the year. The Minerals Commission, I should commend them, have put in place a very robust framework and infrastructure geared towards monitoring earth-moving equipment in our country. And it's been very impressive. I went there to commission it, and on real-time basis, and perhaps Timothy, you and your friends should find time to visit the headquarters of the Minerals Commission. I'm sure the CEO will be very happy to give you a tour of what they've been able to put together, where they are able to monitor every excavator on a real-time basis, where the excavator is located, what the excavator is up to, and they have given each excavator a certain geographical enclave for their operation. And if the excavator were to move out of that geographical enclave, they put in place timers and equipment in the excavator which will stop the excavator from moving. It will shut down the engine. It's been impressive. It's brilliant. But as you rightly asked, we need to expand it. And we are working subject to resource availability to ensure that by the end of the year, the 4,000 odd excavators and earth-moving equipment across the country will be tracked, and so that we will build. And then there's a question about 10 million downsizing and what is the breakdown of the previous ones. So 26 million seedlings, as I said, were distributed. As of September 2022, 24 million was verified as planted. As at the end of the year, the monitoring team and monitoring evaluation team at the ministry has certified that 80% survival rate. 80% survival rate. 2023, this year, the need to continue monitoring and nurturing of the seedlings is very important, which is why we've become less ambitious in terms of the number of seedlings we are going to plant. But let me conclude by emphasizing one point. What the government, and for that matter the ministry, is set for itself to plant in 2023 is 10 million seedlings. It therefore does not prevent other non-governmental organizations, faith-based organizations, the media, individuals, groups, and so on and so forth, to take it upon themselves to plant and nurture them So government through the Forestry Commission may plant 10 million seedlings. The citizenry and the population may end up planting 20, 30 million seedlings. And all of that will help in terms of restoring the forest cover of our country. And I will really, 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 truly encourage that all of us, all and sundry, take it upon ourselves on the Green Ghana Day to participate fully, both in procuring the seedlings, making sure you physically plant them, nurturing them, and seeing to their maturity. I think it will be brilliant. Ultimately, this is where we are supposed to get to, where government doesn't spend a penny of the public funds in this Green Ghana initiative, but then the citizenry takes it upon themselves and own it, and year after year, citizens will come out to plant and contribute to the restoration of the forest cover of our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So we'll take the last set of questions. Okay, John Armstrong. I saw two hands here. Okay, and the two of you. Okay, and I'll take the last one from you.
Yes, my name is John Awuni Kesben. I just wanted to find out the latest on the Royal Gold Limited refinery at Diamond House, which was supposed to have been commissioned by the President somewhere in August of last year, to do most of the refining of our gold right here in Ghana instead of taking out there to add value to it. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
My name is Selom. I work at the Finder newspaper. Minister, Selom.
Finder.
The Finder newspaper. Yeah, the minister said that we're working to establish a market for the sale of refined gold products. How much are we expected to make from the sale of these refined products when we set up the market? On the 24th of October last year, the ministry sent out a statement saying that all excavators essentially are to be registered with local assemblies. And it also gave an ultimatum that said that any excavator that is not registered would be confiscated. I would like to know what the status of the registration process is. So how many of these equipment have been registered with the local assemblies, and for those that fail to meet the deadline, what had happened to the excavators? What have we done with the excavators?
Okay, thank you for the question. We'll take the third one.
My name is Joseph Armstrong with Media General. Honorable, great working minister. I appreciate you a lot. So my question is about the what's the current state of the Etua forest? We heard in time past that some sort of mining happening there. How true is this? If it's true,
which forest?
The Etua forest.
Etua.
Etua forest. And then also the second question always I ask about what we are doing about the states of the various Ramsar sites, the lagoons we have along the coast, starting from Beijing to Sakumo to Bebu Lagoon and the rest. I mean, recently we were supposed to see some rezoning of the Sakumo Lagoon. Later it appears that that exercise has been halted. What are we going to do? Are we going to allow people to take the entire river? And yeah, basically that.
Thank you for the questions. We'll take the fourth and then come to.
Albert Jeroni, the BI Change Era. Knowing that earthquakes are usually caused when underground rocks suddenly breaks and there's a rapid motion along a fault, Ghana is recognized today as the second largest gold producer in Africa. This shows that mining in Ghana is very high, and mining causes earthquakes because the land is exploded during this procedure. Possibility of Ghana to experience earthquake is assured. Should my team go out there to educate the people about what the government is doing to save the system? They complain about high rate of unemployment, inflation, tax, and co. Should they also fear earthquake being added to the problem? And as a minister, what are you doing to save the land with this?
Thank you. We'll take the last question.
Thank you very much. My name is Edward Adeti.
Edward? Okay.
Yes, Edward Adeti. I'm here. It's like the minister didn't hear what I said. My name is Edward Adeti. I'm here representing the Sydney Morning Herald and The Age. There are 2 media houses in Australia. 2 questions here. I wish I could ask more. Honorable Minister, you were in Australia last year, precisely in September, for the Africa Down Under Conference. On the sidelines of that event, you met with some officials of Cassius Mining Company, and they raised some concerns about their mining experience and talents in the Upper East region. Very serious concerns. And you gave a word that you return to Ghana and have those concerns investigated. I just want an update on those concerns you said should be investigated. Then secondly, the same Cassius Mining Company Limited has dragged Ghana to the International Court of Arbitration in London and is asking for $395 million in losses after Shanzi reportedly, trespassed on their concession and made away reportedly tons of gold, worth tens of millions of dollars. And we understand that the government of Ghana was to have a roundtable with Cassius pending the lawsuit in London. I just want the status of that. The status of that roundtable we understood the government of Ghana was to have with the officials of Cassius Mining Limited.
Thank you for the questions. So we will invite Honorable Minister back for his responses and also take his concluding remarks.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Mr. John Awuni of Kesbin asked a question about Royal Gold. And as you know, Mr. Awuni, the efforts we've made in respect of Royal Gold has been quite outstanding, I should say. This is a partnership between PMMC, a company under my ministry, and some foreign private investors, which has resulted in Ghana establishing one of the state-of-the-art refineries here in Ghana. And I should say that we should all be very proud of it. And the president is scheduled to commission this refinery. But if I should use this phrase, we are working to cross our T's and dot our I's and make sure that we are on terra firma, we are on firm grounds before we invite the president to commission the refinery. The infrastructure is in place. I've been there to inspect the refinery myself, and I must say that it's a truly state-of-the-art refinery. I went to Rand Refinery in South Africa, which is the biggest refinery in Africa, the oldest and the biggest refinery in Africa. Yes, Royal Gold Refinery doesn't meet up to the standards of Rand Refinery, but I should say that they are holding their own. They've made a modest contribution to building a refinery infrastructure here in Ghana. There are just 1 or 2 outstanding matters we are trying to iron out, which I'm not sure I should disclose at this forum. But suffice for me to assure you that all is on course, and we are working with the company and the relevant state institutions to pave the way for the president to commission it, and hopefully, eventually, be able to secure this London Bullion Marketing Association certification for this refinery, for them to be able to play in the international world. So that is the answer I can give you. I hope I've given you a satisfactory answer. Selom from Finder is asking about how much gold we expect to gain from gold refined. Yes. Well, I can't give you an exact figure, but I can give you a sense of the outlook. And so I'm sure you will know that when it comes to the commodity industry, gold, cocoa, bauxite, petroleum, and the rest, the real benefit comes from the highest end of the value chain. And the highest end of the value chain means the highest refined product. So that if you take gold from the ore and you export the gold raw like that, if the value chain is $100 billion, you are most likely going to be walking away with some $100 million. But if you're able to refine the gold, particularly if you refine the gold up to the LBMA certification and you export it in that manner, then you are playing at the highest end of the value chain. And then you'll be getting something in the neighborhood of 100 billion US dollar value chain. You can be playing like 500 billion. And that is really, I mean, I'm not going to bore you with the history. We all know it. That has been the bane of our extractive industry here in Ghana, because over the years, since Governor Gordon Goggisbeck's time, we've been exporting our raw materials. And this is the point that the president has made over and over again. And this is the effort that the president has made in the past 6 years to make sure that we make a very bold effort at changing that paradigm to ensure that we retain the value of our mineral resources here in Ghana. You take, for example, the iron ore resources of our country, the bauxite resource of our country. Until President Akufo-Addo came into office, the bauxite was mined and exported in its raw form. Iron ore was supposed to be mined and exported in its raw form. But the president brought the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, GHADEC, and the Ghana Integrated Iron and Steel Development Corporation, GISDEC, which by law, by acts of parliament, is enjoined the various corporations to ensure that we do not export raw bauxite or raw iron ore. That is a huge step in the right direction, and the impact is going to be phenomenal. So is it for lithium. I mean, that's the same architecture that we are trying to apply for lithium. So if you ask me that, what are we expecting from pursuing the path of value addition, my answer to you, without having the figures being worked out even here, is that it's going to be significant. It's going to be huge. It's going to be like day and night. Our situation is going to move from taking pittance to really getting a lot. I mean, for example, if you take cocoa, the global value chain of cocoa is about 113 billion US dollars. Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, as President Akufo-Addo has said it at several international fora, Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire contribute 60% of the output of the raw cocoa beans. And yet, our earnings from that 113 billion US is just about 6 billion or so. So think about it. Because we just export the cocoa in its raw form, in sacks. But if we could take it all the way to chocolate, into this, into that, then you can imagine what we'll earn. That is what we have to do for gold, and that is what we are working towards. And then Selom wanted to find out about excavator registration at local assemblies. The registration is ongoing. The directive was given. The assemblies have done an excellent job by registering these excavators, and I think it's helped in some measure in dealing with illegal small-scale mining. But that measure in itself, in my view, is not the conclusive solution to dealing with earth-moving equipment. The solution, the eventual solution, will be the tracking, which is what the Minerals Commission is doing. The tracking is what will give us a foolproof protection of our environment against excavators and so on and so forth. And that is what the Minerals Commission is doing. The registration will help to give us raw data as to how many excavators we have in the country, but ultimately, to be able to have a bird's eye view of all excavators in our country, we have to register them, we have to track them, we have to put tracking devices in the excavators, so that it's like the car rental companies where they track their vehicles. Wherever the car moves to, you know where it is. So that for me is the way forward. And then the confiscation of excavators and all of that. I think a good number of them have been confiscated. Those which have not been registered have been excavated across the country. I can provide you with the specific statistics. Armstrong is asking a question about Tiwa Forest and mining. What took place in the Tiwa Forest was illegal mining. It came to our attention. We moved very swiftly. Honorable Benito Usubio was tasked to take care of the matter. He went to the grounds himself, and with the CEO of the Forestry Commission, they deployed a task force. And when they got there, they found out that the mining operation, the main illegal mining operation, was taking place at the periphery, at the fringe of the Etiwa Forest. But there was a little spillover into the Etiwa Forest. They took steps to flush out all the illegal miners in that enclave and then decommission all the equipment they found there. I think at this stage, the Forestry Commission is taking steps to reclaim the land. And mercifully, I'm happy to report that the Forest Commission was able to apprehend the people behind this and are taking steps to prosecute them. So this is a matter which is being nipped in the bud. I mean, there's no problem again in the Tiwa Forest, as I know. The question about Ramsar and Lagoon, the Ramsar site was acquired, I think, in the First Republic or so, or before, for purposes of creating an environment for birds to take the place as their natural habitat. And the experts tell me that birds flew all the way from Europe through North Africa to the Ramsar site here in Accra in a particular season of the year. And then they fly back to Europe and so on and so forth. So this place was preserved as a Ramsar site to continue to promote this kind of ecosystem where birds are able to fly far away to Ghana and also fly back. But over the years, I must emphasize, systematic encroachment and lack of action and inaction is resulted in massive encroachment of this particular site. Now, how are we going to deal with it? You have people who have built their houses, live there for 10, 20 years, build 10, 5-story building, live there for 10, 20 years. The question is that do you go and raise their buildings down? And in any event, if you raise their buildings down, what will be how will that protect the ecological integrity of the Ramsar site? It may even compromise it. And so we've developed a 2 or 3-prong approach. The first one is that the areas where the encroachment is still in its initial stage, for example, people have built their lintel level or foundation level, we will demolish them. And I suspect that you've all followed the Greater Accra Regional Minister's efforts, where he's gone there to demolish some buildings. It is all in pursuance of the policy the ministry is fashioned out, for which we invited him to assist as the chairman of the Regional Security Council. So that is one leg of it. Then the second one is those who are built and live there for 10, 20 years and really doesn't make any public, it's not in accord with the public interest to demolish those buildings. Those ones, we are pursuing what we call regularization, which is that they will be regularized and they will pay some fee to the Lands Commission and so on and so forth. And thirdly is the Ramsar site itself, which is the core Ramsar site, which is undisturbed, is for us to protect it, the core Ramsar site. Of course, never forget, there is also the big elephant in the room of the chiefs, the traditional leaders, who are, as you can imagine, as always, making the point about the original purpose for which the land was acquired and the encroachment which has taken place and which is not in accord with the original purpose for which the Ramsar site was acquired, and therefore demanding compensation. So the ministry is also in close discussions with the Nungua Traditional Council, Nungua Traditional Council to find an amicable, intelligent solution which respects the public interest. And for us to, it's quite complicated, but it's work in progress. We are trying to unpack it as we go. I think the final question, earthquake, which the gentleman, Armstrong, is it Armstrong? Gerald, yeah. Gerald from, okay. Yeah, your question about earthquake, yeah, with the greatest of respect, I struggle to understand it. But anyway, let me just attempt an answer. I understand you to want to find out what are the measures to prevent earthquakes in Ghana, and then the contribution of mining to earthquake. Okay. The contribution of mining to earthquake, I really haven't been educated on the science of it. I don't know the nexus or the correlation between mining and earthquakes, but it's something that I will look out for. But then the issue of the measures we are putting in place to prevent earthquake, which is a very important, intelligent question, which I must commend you for. government has put in place a task force chaired by the Minister for Interior, and they've done tremendous work, and they've done a whole lot of work on Ghana's earthquake preparedness strategy. And he's been to cabinet several times. He's been examined and interrogated many times. And indeed, we now have an earthquake preparedness strategy, which I believe is fit for purpose. In fact, a statement was even made in Parliament to assure the Ghanaian people on the earthquake preparedness strategy. As you know, the Ghana Geological Survey Authority has some oversight when it comes to earthquake, and it's an agency under the ministry. I myself, I made a statement in Parliament after we had that minor earth tremor, in Parliament, to update the country on the country's earthquake preparedness. So what I can say to you is that government is, as always, as you can imagine, government is taking all the steps under the leadership of President Akufo-Addo to ensure that we are prepared and that we have measures in place which will protect the Ghanaian people. In the touch wood, may it never be our portion in the event of an earthquake. But in these matters, I think one of the areas of preparedness is also to pray. because the matters of earthquake, there's really you can only be in the hands of God. I'm not too sure that there's enough preparation. It's an act of God, and we are a God-fearing country, and I think that the good Lord has been so good to us. Let's continue to hope so, that He will continue to be good to us. Almighty Japan is not able to prevent earthquakes, so you can understand what I'm talking about. Cassius, Edward from the Australian media wants to know about Cassius. I'll be very brief on that because, as you know, the matter is before an arbitral panel. I'm sure you know that. Cassius is taking the matter to arbitration. And I, as the minister responsible for the sector, have referred the matter to the lawyer of government, the Attorney General. And the Attorney General is seized with the matter. So I'll be very reluctant to make any further comment beyond what I've just told you. The matter is now squarely in the bosom of the Attorney General. It's become an adversarial matter now because it's taken into arbitration. So I'm careful not to make comments which will be prejudicial to the state's case. I hope that is enough. Thank you. Yes, so, yes, I think that's it. Yeah. Okay. Closing remarks. Oh. Okay. So thank you, Madam Deputy Minister, my sister, who is doing such excellent work, and to all of you who made time to join us, and to members of the press, and really to just conclude on 2 points. The first one is to say that as all of us will appreciate, the matters or issues under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, in all modesty, are complex, complicated, because you are dealing with the resources of the nation, the lands, the gold, the mineral resources, the forestry resources of the country. I mean, when you take land, for example, the way people come to it, the passion and the emotional attachment when it comes to land is something you cannot imagine. Yeah, traditional authorities come to these matters with a lot of passion, and rightly so, because their forebears paid, in many cases, the ultimate price to secure the lands for them. And then when you come to the mineral resources, you're talking about money. So therefore, people are prepared to do whatever it takes to be able to make some of those monies. And then the forestry reserve is the same. There also, I mean, somebody told me, I don't know how accurate it is, that the best gold reserves in our country are found in the forest reserves. I never knew that. Apparently, the colonial authorities made it a point. Wherever they found good deposits of gold, they declared the place as a forest reserve so that nobody can go, unless when they are ready to go and mine. Then they declassify it and they move into mine. So then you see the ferociousness of the attack on the forest reserves of our country. So there are also complicated matters. But what is important, and the assurance I want to give on behalf of the President of our country, President Akufo-Addo, whose commitment to the preservation, protection of the lands and forest reserve of our country, in my view, is totally unprecedented and is highly, highly unflinching. The President gets involved himself when it comes to lands and natural resources, and you should see him, asking questions and giving suggestions as to how we will protect the lands and forest, lands and natural resources of our country. So the assurance is that we will continue to do our best, and we'll do all it takes to protect the lands and natural resources of our country. Because after all, those resources are for you, the Ghanaian people. The Constitution is very clear on that. We have just been put in place as trustees to look after these resources for your benefit. And we work together in good faith, in integrity, and with transparency. And I think that it will be an arduous, tedious path, but ultimately we will get there. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, I would like to thank you so much on behalf of my minister, management and staff of our ministry. I always say that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is actually the MVP of this minister's press briefing, because I believe you have been so consistent when it comes to accounting and engaging the public. You never give us the big man's language that my work is there for everyone to see. and not once have you turned your back on us. And it is very important, because I believe a lot of questions that have been asked today would really help with your work, and also the responses will help calm a lot of people who had maybe other thoughts or who were a bit confused. So, Honorable Minister, we are grateful that you made time for this important exercise. And to our friends from the media, please, you have the platforms, and we hope you use it to educate and amplify all the good things that Honorable Minister has given us today. Thank you so much for making time. Good morning.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar Akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
I'm right here in the eastern region of Ghana, and we are on a quad bike behind me, and this is what activity you should do whenever you're here in Ghana. This is one activity you should do whenever you're in the Eastern region. So I'm super excited. You all are coming along, and so far so good. It's been amazing. This is how it all started. So guys, this is the bike I'm going to be using, and they are taking us through how to ride the bike. So this is my new friend. What's your name?
This I'm called Matthias.
Matthias, okay.
This is your brake.
This is my brake.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Your accelerator.
Accelerator, alright.
Okay. Back brake over here.
That's a back brake.
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is a gear.
Okay.
We have forward, neutral, reverse.
Okay.
Now it's on neutral.
Okay.
Just push it like this forward.
Okay.
Then you accelerate it a little bit to move the bike.
Okay.
Are you okay now?
So yeah, he has taken me through everything. I'm about to move the bike. This is my second time doing quad biking here in Ghana. So let's go, guys.
Slowly. Now, please let your hand be on the brakes, okay?
Yeah, so guys, we are ready to quad bike here. I'm very excited about it. Hi guys! So I'm going quad biking with you, of course. So let's go. I'm happy. I'm super excited. Let's go, guys. fix it. So you don't inhale a lot of dust and the fumes. So yeah, hi love, how is it going so far?
Love it.
You love it? And you? Amazing. My new friend has problem with his bike. So Kamna has issues with his bike, so he's getting it fixed. The fumes really smells a lot. So we are heading back. This is meant to be a dirty game, so we all look dirty now. Like I'm so dirty, dusty, and yeah, it is fun. You must do this. I just ended mine. I'm always the first, you know. Look at them. They are not coming back. So guys, yeah, this brings us to the end of this vlog. Come. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I had so much fun quad biking here inside the forest here in the eastern region. I had such an amazing time. Can't see the location, Ghana. Do want to follow them on Instagram and book your spots whenever you're in Ghana. Please don't miss. Next year December is happening. Next year January is happening all year round with Location Ghana. So I hope you enjoyed watching this vlog as much as I enjoyed coming along with you. Until next time, guys, please don't be missing my videos. I post on Wednesdays and on Sundays, but now I'm going to be giving you Friday vibes, so 3 times a week. I hope you're excited just as I am. Until next time, I want to say I love you all. So we are here at the countryside, which is at Edukrum, and it's like a house. So they have like activities, they have games such as an indoor game, Ludo, and there's also an outdoor game, basketball here, which the guys are playing. So we took turns, so the other group is going. So yeah, we just ended the quad biking, about to play some Ludo while we wait for other colleagues and head back to Accra. It was such an experience. I will urge you all to try it whenever you can. It's an easy it's easy to learn. They'll teach you there and then, so you don't have to know how to ride a quad bike to be here. So yeah.
Senna, your turn.
My turn. I'm the one losing here at the moment. Oh, 5.
Still loses.
I know, right? Meanwhile, I'm the one teaching everyone. The teacher is losing.
Oh. artificial intelligence is, as the name suggests, is intelligence arising from the use of machines, smart machines, computers, to do what human beings would otherwise be doing. We need to have data. We need to begin to know the importance of keeping data. And AI, and through data analytics and machine learning, will analyze these data and come up and aid decision-making process. People who have not invested in training to migrate from the traditional way of doing things will lose their jobs.
As works are being lost, there are new jobs being created. So as we are moving from, let's say, the amazing stage, you can learn something new that has to do with AI, so let's say 3D printing.
Showing on March 3, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader's rise to fame is based on his twisting and turning of what people say. That definitely is unfair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I respectfully will withdraw that. But, Mr. Speaker, let me state something. The Honorable Afenyo Makin, will have the courage to tell me, Honorable Kofi Bua, a fourth-term member of Parliament who has worked 20 years in the corporate world, who has served as Deputy Minister, properly vetted, served as a Minister of State, that I don't have the courage. I am a courageous man. That's why I've served this country so honorably. I've even been a Deputy Minister in this country. Since I've been here, you.
Actually, honorable members, nobody can sue you for what you say on the floor of this house. The limitations are just a few. That's why we are using the term immunity, not privilege. Immunity, you are immune. And so please, when you are expressing your opinions or your views, do that in decent, decorous, respectful language. Please, Deputy Majority Leader, you know this issue has been hanging on for some time. And the minority leadership has made it clear that you are one of the problems that they face here. I thought that direct statement would have made you change your discourse. But yesterday, when I gave you another opportunity, what you said fueled the situation. I want to urge you to move away from it. Deputy Majority Leader, you are my son, a dear son to me. I want you to move away from it.
We had come into an agreement with Cal Merchant Bank to ensure that the 3.5 million cars will be released at the appropriate time for the work to be done. We agreed on 100 million CD transfer, and as he rightly said, 80 million has been put into the accounts of Cal, and 20 million, as he also mentioned, will be done by close of business today. So we are very comfortable about the situation to ensure that the needed cards will be given to the NIA to do its work. Mr. Speaker, the government has been extremely good about funding elections and once NIA's job is linked to the elections, Mr. Speaker, we can assure the House that we would ensure that the resources needed would always be provided. Mr. Speaker, for example, in 2020, the approved budget for the Electoral Commission was 1.063 billion Ghana cedis. At the end of the day, the government released 1.367 billion to ensure that the elections went on well. It's the same fervor, interest, and commitment that now that the NIA is linked to the success of the elections, we'll do our part to ensure that the appropriate resources are made available to NIA.
Mr. Speaker, you make the point that the deputy majority leader may well be a problematic issue that our colleagues have referred to. Mr. Speaker, you also, the same way, make the point that there must be mutual respect in this House. Mr. Speaker, is it right for an honorable member on that House to castigate the honorable deputy leader by suggesting that his rise to power has been influenced by, to fame, power, fame, has been influenced or has been piggybacked by his ability to contort and distort the views of other people to gain fame or to gain influence. Mr. Speaker, that could be asked.
Honorable member, I didn't hear that. His rise to fame.
That is the point. That's what we actually triggered this argument. That his rise to fame, it depended, well, I use the word piggyback, but I think he said has been predicated by his ability, the Speaker, to twist other people's views and facts to suit the occasion. That is why he's risen to fame or he's risen to influence. That is what the minority deputy leader said. Mr. Speaker, well, of course you are here. Mr. Speaker, can I complete?
Please.
Resume your seat. You have been in this House, Mr. Speaker, with the big boys like us, Mr. Speaker, for many years, that Mr. Speaker, you can recall. This House, Mr. Speaker, is disintegrating. It is. Mr. Speaker, there's so much shouting, there's so much animosity, no room for tolerance, Mr. Speaker, in this House. We're not being used to this. People get upset because these tantrums are thrown all over the place, and Mr. Speaker, the whole place breaks out into insanity. It isn't right, Mr. Speaker. But I'm happy today, Mr. Speaker, you make the point. Monkeys play by sizes, and so people should learn to play their role. He's laughing. He knows his role. Mr. Speaker, that is the point. Let's try and introduce some sanity to that. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, I sit here and I get completely distressed. For all these years, Mr. Speaker, you were here then, that we haven't observed this. And now, Mr. Speaker, I have invited almost 2 weeks. I'm sitting here. They say they won't approve me, so I'm sitting here. Look at all of this. Can you imagine? But I made my point. I made my point.
Artificial intelligence is, as the name suggests, is intelligence arising from the use of machines, smart machines, computers, to do what human beings would otherwise be doing. We need to have data. We need to begin to know the importance of keeping data. And AI, and through data analytics and machine learning, will analyze these data and come up and aid decision-making process. People who have not invested in training to migrate from the traditional way of doing things will lose their jobs.
As works are being lost, there are new jobs being created. So as you are moving from, let's say, the amazing stage, you can learn something new that has to do with AI, so let's say 3D printing.
Showing on March 3, 2023 on GhanaWeb TV.
Now, oh, me.
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is sending cigar? Download to Lemonade Finance.